Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, a show on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism, and in which I invite you to participate. This is a special show because I have just reached 1,000 subscribers. So thanks to everyone out there who has subscribed to my channel to help me get here. It's a great milestone to reach. It took me over 6.5 years to get here. I started my channel back in 2019, right as I was finishing up grad school. And I've been working on it ever since, sometimes more intensely than others, but I have kept at it for a very long time. And I plan to continue keeping at it and growing it even further. So if you help me get to 1,000, I appreciate that. If you haven't yet subscribed, you can help me get to my next 1,000, uh, um, 2,000 subscribers. So I hopefully that won't take another 6.5 years. Usually the rate of subscriptions increases over time. It accelerates. And often there's, I think, channels they will have a viral moment. There's some video that really takes off, and then the subscriptions shoot up a lot. I've seen channels go from, I know one channel had about 6,000, and then a couple of days later it had 12,000 subscribers because there was one video that really took off. So I haven't had any viral moments like that for my channel. It's been mostly a continuous, slow but steady climb. And maybe one day I will have some viral clip that will take off and give me a huge jump. It's hard to predict when those things will happen, if they ever do happen. But in any case, I plan to keep at it. So I see we've got a couple people in the chat here. Robert and Jason, hello to you. Robert says, another adventure begins. Yes, it's always an adventure here on the Dan Norton Show because I don't know what's going to happen in any given show. It's mostly unscripted, and you all shape the show through your comments, your questions in the chats, or by calling in. I do have a call line. You can click on that Zoom link, which I have pinned in the chat. If you want to call the show, I'm happy to have a discussion, a debate on any philosophical topic. And you can also just participate via the chat on YouTube. I also have Super Chat. So if you want to support the show financially and help make this a self-sustaining venture, you can click on that $ next to the chat box and contribute some super chat money. Or if you don't have a comment or a question, you can just do a sticker, super sticker. I also take PayPal and Patreon, which are linked in the description. Okay, so I wonder if anyone just came here from Yaron's show. I think I saw some of you. Saw Robert over there, and I think I also saw Jason over there. Oh, Florida Nick just came in with a super sticker for $1.99. Thank you, Florida Nick. I appreciate that. My first super sticker of the day. Excellent. So I saw some of you over at Yaron's show. I have a lot of overlap with his audience. And I did a super chat there myself today towards the end of his show, just mentioning that I had hit 1,000 subscribers and that I was going to go live on my own show after Yaron's show ended, hoping that some of the people from his audience would see that and come on over. So I don't know if any of you saw that. I mean, some of you might have been here anyways, even if I didn't show up in his super chat because you're regular watchers of my show. But um, I wonder if anyone is here new for the first time because they just saw my super sticker or my super chat on Yaron's show. If you are such a person, you can let me know in the chat if you'd like. Florida Nick says congrats on the 1,000. Thank you, Florida Nick. I appreciate that. Jason says he was rambling on YBS before. I don't know what you were rambling about. I didn't I wasn't there for the entire show, so I didn't see all the chats. And then Jason says, "Don't forget the one." I don't know what that means. What does that mean? And then Cudababa, who I also saw over at the Yaron Brook show. Oh, Florida Nick says he was at YBS today. Okay. Cudababa says, can you see now which number I was of your subscribers? I made my subscriptions public. I'll take a look at it. So I mentioned to Jennifer Lionberger, who was in Yaron's chat, that she was subscriber 999 because she said she had subscribed, and I told her what number she was. Um, and she said she was trying to be number 1,000, but I said I don't know who number 1,000 was because it doesn't always tell me um, unless you have your subscriptions set to public. So there's a setting on YouTube where you can make your subscriptions public or private. And if you have it set to private, I'm not going to know who subscribes to my channel. I'm just going to see the number go up by one. But if you have it set to public, then I do have a way of getting notified by YouTube. Like often I will get an email to the email address associated with my YouTube account. Sometimes I'll get a notification in the notification box where you can see if you click on that bell your notifications. Also, there's a place in my YouTube studio where I can see my analytics where it tells me who's subscribed if you're publicly subscribed. However, I think that might take some time to show up. So Cudababa, if you just change that setting within the last hour, then I might not see you on my list of subscribers, my public subscribers, for I don't know how long it takes, maybe a day or more. But I did check to see where you were, or to see if you were on my list, and I did not see it. So maybe it just takes time for YouTube to update that so that it'll appear. And I'll take another look later and see if I can find you, and then I can let you know your number, or at least your approximate number. I can't always pin it down to the exact number, but I can get close. Jason said, "Oh yeah, don't forget the one." Right. I understand what you mean. Dan Norton 1. Yeah, so if you just go to youtube.com/@Dan Norton, there's actually no channel at all there. It's not even someone else's channel. Last I checked, at least, it just said this channel does not exist or something. But if you go to youtube.com/@DanNorton1, then it will take you to my channel. And I mentioned that in my super chat to Yaron because in the past, when I've put my entire channel name, Dan Norton 1, he doesn't read the one. He just says @Dan Norton. But if people go to that, they're not going to find my channel. So this time when I mentioned my channel name, I also mentioned right after that, please include 1 in order to make sure that you go to the right address. So, and he read that out this time. So hopefully that will help people get over to my channel name, the proper channel. Cudababa says, Dan, you told people not to forget the 1 in your screen name address or whatever. Okay, yeah. So he's also explaining what Jason meant. Cudababa says, I think I was in your first 10 subscribers. Okay. So I looked on my list. I'll open it up right here so I can see it at least. And I didn't start keeping track of who was a subscriber until I got to maybe subscriber number 12. So if you were in my first 10, I might not have noted it at the time. However, I think if you're a public subscriber, I should be able to go back and check now, and you should appear at near the beginning of my lists. But I did not see you there when I last checked. So again, maybe the reason for that is just that it takes YouTube a while to update its database. So if you just recently changed your subscriptions from private to public, then for that to take effect such that I can actually see you in my list, maybe it just takes a day or two. Um, I can take another look now. Where's my studio view? Okay, I'm in. Actually, another thing I noticed is that when I look in my list of subscribers on my laptop, it shows me a different set of people than if I look in the list on my YouTube app on my iPhone. So I only looked on my laptop so far, so maybe I can check my iPhone and it'll appear there. But right now, I'm going to take one more look on my laptop before I look at my phone and see if I can find you. Okay, so I'm sorting by date subscribed from oldest to newest. And right now, the oldest subscriber it shows me is from August 12th of 2019. That was about 1 month after I started my channel. And then the next subscriber I see is from December of 2019, which is about 5 months after I started my channel. And I think I think I was well beyond 10 subscribers by that point. But I don't see you here on my list in the first 10 of my public subscribers. Let's see. Actually, on each page here, it shows me 50 rows, and I don't see you in any of those rows. So maybe it's taking YouTube some time to update, and maybe if I check back tomorrow, maybe I'll see you there. But feel free to ask me again later, and maybe I'll have updated info. Oh, actually, maybe I should. Yeah, let me take a look on my phone now and see if I can see you there. I don't know why it gives me a different list on my phone than it does on my laptop. Okay, sort by latest. All right, I'm scrolling all the way to the bottom, and it looks like it's showing me the same list here that I saw on my laptop. So I don't know if you had a different YouTube account maybe, or if you subscribed under the same account, Cudababa. I'm looking for your avatar as well as your name, but yeah, I don't see it near the beginning here, or actually anywhere. I looked through the entire list before and I didn't see it. Just taking a quick scan now. All right, a little over halfway through. I think I have something like 250 people who are publicly subscribed. So that's about a quarter of my 1,000 subscribers are publicly subscribed. And they might not know it. I didn't even know about this setting of public versus private for a while. But there actually is a way you can toggle that on or off. I see some others of you in here. Yeah, I don't see you there. So yeah, maybe it just takes some time for it to update. All right. So I do have a list of things that I can talk about some if I don't get chats or calls, but I see that mainly as a backup. I like to primarily engage with people who are here live. And but if there aren't any chats coming in at the moment, then I might just talk from my notes for a while. But another thing which I thought of doing, or which I mentioned in my last show as something I could do if there aren't any chats coming in or there aren't any callers, is I could work on editing videos for my channel. So if you were here last show, you might remember me talking about this, but editing videos is not something I have a lot of motivation to do when I'm just on my own time, not streaming. But I think it might actually be helpful for the channel for me to do that, like clip out sections of live streams that I think might make good standalone videos and then publish them as standalone videos. Um, so that takes time to do, to find clips, to edit them, prepare them for publication. But I don't really have much motivation to do that when I'm not live streaming. So I thought maybe I could do that during live streaming when there's a lull in activity and people aren't chatting. So that's something I could do in addition to or instead of talking from my notes. I could just edit some videos, but I do want to give priority to people who are live here. So if you do have something you want to talk about, I encourage you to take advantage of the fact that there's not a lot of competition right now. Um, so if you say something in the chat, if there's some topic on your mind you want to discuss or hear me discuss, mention it, and then I'll go to that. I see that Cudababa just came in with a couple more chats. He says, I never knew about the public-private until you mentioned it. Not important. I was just curious where I ranked after you told Jennifer. Just speaking for myself, but watching you edit videos has no interest for me. Okay. Yeah, I figured it might not be of interest to some people, and I understand that, which is, it's not something I have ever done before on my channel. And I figure it's not as interesting as me engaging with you on some topic that's on your mind, but I just saw it as a backup thing I could do in case there's no chats coming in because I mean I could just pause the stream and I've done that in the past. Like if there's a lull in activity and no one's chatting or no one's calling, then I've just turned the stream off, turned off my mic and camera for a while, and then I check back every few minutes to see if there's anything new come in, and if there is, I'll come back and engage with it. So I could do that, or I could just end the stream early. Um, so I've done that sometimes, but there's a disadvantage of doing that is that, maybe someone will come by later in the stream. Like sometimes my streams go on for a long time, for many hours. And if I just cut the stream off, let's say I'm going for 2 hours and then there's a lull in activity and no one's chatting, and then I cut the stream, or I end the stream for the day after 2 hours. Well, if I do that, then I might have missed out on some good calls that could have come in. Let's say if I were streaming into the fifth or the sixth hour, maybe I would have gotten some good calls then. But because I ended the stream for the day, I don't get the opportunity to take those calls. But if I keep the stream going, then it is possible to get to those good calls or good chats. So it's hard to predict. I don't know who's going to come by when. Um, and I don't know if it's better to just go dark, so to speak, and maybe turn my camera and mic off for a while and do nothing and just check the chat. Or is it better to do something while I'm waiting? And I thought maybe it's better to do something rather than nothing. And for that time, I could edit videos. And if that's not interesting, you can of course tune out at any time and maybe check back later and see if there's something more interesting going on. But I thought it might be good for my channel to edit some videos during the stream when there's downtime and there's nothing else going on. And that way, I probably would have more motivation to do it than I would if I'm editing videos off stream, because I've got an audience here who might engage with me and maybe has questions about the video that I'm editing, and maybe I can comment on the video as I'm editing it. So I do see some advantages to editing during the stream, but if that's not interesting to you, I totally understand that. And if you tune out, um, I totally understand that. But if anyone out there has suggestions on how to better fill downtime when people aren't chatting, I'm definitely open to suggestions. So feel free to make them. All right, I see a few more chats have come in to the live stream. Let's see what we have here. Oh, by the way, I also took a poll on this last time. I asked, I forget exactly how I formulated the question, but I asked people their opinion on whether I should edit videos during downtime, and there was no overwhelming preference. I think maybe one person said that's fine, another person said I have no preference. I don't know if I got any flat out no's. But anyways, feel free to let me know what you think about that now if you'd like. All right, so let me see what these chats say, the new ones that came in. Jason says, I think you could make it interesting. Depends on how you talk about it. Yeah. So last time I was editing, or I started to edit a video, it was a clip of me talking about why I haven't gone back on Sam Seder's show, The Majority Report, which I've been on many times. This is a leftist show. If you don't know this show, has over 1 million, I think around 2 million subscribers now. It's one of the largest shows I've ever been on. And one day on my live stream, the moderator, one of the moderators from the YouTube chat for the Majority Report, he actually came into my chat and he asked me if I was interested in going back on the Majority Report to debate Sam Seder. And I gave my reasons as to why I'm not really interested right now in doing that. And I talked about the conditions under which I might reconsider that and go back. And I thought that might be an interesting clip to publish as a standalone video. So I started, I didn't really edit it. I was just looking for the right timestamps, like what would make a good beginning point and an end point for that clip. That was the first step. And then I was making notes on, is there any irrelevant material in that clip which I need to edit out. So I started to work on that during last live stream, and I don't know if that was interesting to people, but yeah, maybe some, if you do find it interesting, then that would, um, Jason says, if you could make it interesting, depends on how you talk about it. Yeah, I mean, if I think of something interesting, I will definitely mention it as I'm editing the video. Okay, and now we got a new person here, Dennis Connolly. Let me take a look at your channel. Okay. Dennis Connolly says objectivism is an inhuman philosophy. Okay, and that's it. Didn't say any more than that. I don't know if he's still here. Are you still here, Dennis? Do you want to expand on that? Do you want to support your claim? Sometimes people might just be drive-by trolls. They just come by and say something that they intend to be provocative, and then they leave, and I don't see him again. I don't know if this is just a drive-by comment or if Dennis is still here and wants to talk about this. I'm not saying he's a troll necessarily. Um, Maybe he is, maybe he isn't, but it's hard to know. All he said so far is one short sentence. So if you want to debate that or discuss it, maybe we could get into it, at least if it's civil. I do like to keep it civil here, but I think that's an insult or a smear of objectivism. So I certainly don't agree with that. So Cudababa says Dennis comes in swinging. Yeah, He only took one punch though. What about is he gonna do a combination or just that one punch? So far, I only see one comment from him. Jason says objectivism is a philosophy of love. It's also a philosophy of hate. It's both, right? We don't love everything or hate everything. It's not like Christianity where you're supposed to have love unconditionally and love even your enemies. There are certain people it's appropriate to hate, like enemies of freedom, enemies of rationality. Such people can be appropriate objects of hatred. But you shouldn't be dominated by hatred. You should primarily be motivated by values, the positive. So that's true. And you should just combat the negative in order to be able to better pursue the positive. So in that sense, you might say it's primarily a philosophy of love, insofar as love is a response to values as opposed to disvalues. You could have a lineup of topics to discuss as Yaron does, says Cudababa. You've done that before, haven't you? Sometimes I've done that. It's usually not a lot of newsy topics. Like Yaron is, he's doing a news show, at least for the first half of it. He's covering the news and he's got his list of topics. And I don't do that kind of coverage. There might be some things in the news which I talk about. Like I did a show about the shooting of Renee Good a few live streams ago, and it was entirely focused on that, the entire show. I didn't have a bunch of news topics. And partly that's because I don't follow the news very much. Like I dip in here and there, and a lot of the news I get is from your on show, but I'm not following it a lot myself first-handedly. I spend more time studying history than I do the news. I mean, I do some of both, but it's a larger proportion of my time I spend studying history, and that's something I've talked about a lot on my stream. I will often give a reading update. Like recently, I've been reading about the slavery of the indigenous people in the Spanish Empire back in the 1400s, 1500s, shortly after Columbus made his first contact with the New World. They started to enslave some of the Indians, and I've been reading about that and the abolition of the enslavement of the Indians. Bartolomé de las Casas, he was a church person. I think he was part of the Dominican order, at least at some point in his life. Prior to that, I think he might have been part of a different order, maybe the Franciscans. Franciscans, I'm not sure. But anyway, he was very vocal in his opposition to enslaving the natives, and he made his case to Charles V, the king of the Holy Roman Empire, who's simultaneously the king of Spain. He was trying to persuade Charles to abolish slavery of the natives, and eventually in 1542 and 1543 a set of laws called the New Laws were passed. New because I guess the old laws were the laws of Burgos, which came out in 1512. And I think that was maybe in a first attempt at regulating the relation of the Spaniards to the natives. But then those laws of 1512 weren't seen as sufficient, and um, there was a lot of exploitation of the natives, and Bartolomé de las Casas argued for better laws, and then eventually in 1542, 43, the new laws were promulgated by King Charles to try to eliminate some of the abuses of the Indians. So I've been reading about that issue recently and some other things. But I do talk about history a fair amount on my channel. But another aspect of my show is I don't like to do a lot of preparation when I'm not streaming for the times that I'm streaming. I like to keep my streams pretty spontaneous. I mean, if I could do more preparation in between shows, but then that takes out of time I could be doing something else, like studying history. Unless, that history itself is material that I plan to talk about during a show. In that case, it would be preparation. And I guess I do that to an extent. Like I'll give a reading update, but I don't necessarily intend to shape a show around the topics that I'm reading about. Sometimes I do that, but usually I see it more as just backup material in case people aren't chatting and raising new topics of their own. And this could change over time. Maybe I'll shift later to a show where it is more based on material that I've prepared off stream. But for right now, at least, I like the way I do it. Um, but I do welcome suggestions for changes if you have them. All right, let me read through some more of these comments that have come in. Um, are you inhuman? Am I? Asks Robert. Maybe that's a question directed to Dennis. But Dennis hasn't come back to defend his comment. So maybe that was just a drive-by comment and he's gone now. Okay, and then Cudababa says, I'm reading The Forgotten Slave Trade by Simon Webb. Quite good. I haven't heard of that book. But normally when we think of slavery, we think of slavery of Africans. But there was also the enslavement of the Indians before the Africans, at least in Spanish America. So maybe it was less. I don't know that in the what's now the United States, like if the English, if they enslaved the Indians, or if they just fought wars with the Indians. I don't know if they actually enslaved them. Um, I probably used to know that, but it's been a while since I read about that. But normally, if you're coming from a United States American context and you think of slavery, you're probably thinking of the enslavement of blacks from Africa. But it's been interesting to read about the enslavement of the Native Americans just because I don't know nearly as much about that. And you might not even know that it was done at all. Um, but actually, yeah, they were the first slaves, but they only lasted for a few decades. And then the Spanish they switched over to using black slaves from Africa. I think in large part because a lot of the Indians died. They couldn't withstand the diseases that the Europeans brought over. So it wasn't just wars that killed off the Indians. It was also diseases. And I think that's maybe even a larger is a larger factor in the destruction of the Indian population was the diseases. But that was combined with working them very hard. Because if you're overworked, then I guess your immune system doesn't do as well to fight off diseases. So a combination of being worked very harshly, like in gold mines, for instance, with the diseases, I think that killed off a lot of the Indians. And so there was a shortage of labor, of slave labor, if you're just going to rely on the Indians. So I think that's partly what motivated the Spanish to eventually start using African slaves. But also there were the efforts of this friar or churchman, Bartolome de las Casas, who I mentioned earlier. He advocated strongly against the enslavement of the Native Americans, and I think less so did he advocate against the enslavement of Africans. And I think maybe at a certain point, he had slaves himself, Indian slaves, and B, he was okay with enslavement of Africans, but not Indians. But then later, C, I guess he was opposed to all enslavements of both Africans and Indians. Um, but I guess maybe that didn't catch on as much as the non-enslavement of Indians. So I haven't read much about the period of enslavement of the blacks from Africa in the Spanish Empire. Um, but because I've just there's been a lot to learn about the enslavement of the Indians, which I've been interested to read about. So I'm still reading about that. Maybe I'll get to enslavement of Africans soon. Okay, let me see what else is here. Cudababa says, no, I'm up to Jason's. Let me share this chat on the screen, actually. Let me pop it out. Pop it out and then share it. There we go. Okay, so I was up to this one from Jason. He says, or are we dancer? Killer's song. Human, quirky comment, feel free to ignore. I don't understand that. That's from a song. That's a line from a song. All right. Well, you can elaborate on that if you want. Cudababa then says, that's the very point of the book. Slavery was normal around the entire world. It wasn't just the triangle of Africa, Europe, and America. I'd like to read about slavery around the entire world, like the whole history of slavery, but I have just been focused on slavery in the New World recently. But maybe I will get to slavery in other parts of the world at some point. I think before the Spanish had, before they discovered the New World, they had Muslim slaves. They had just so Columbus he discovers the New World in 1492, and in that same year is when the Spanish conquered the Kingdom of Granada, which was at the southern tip of Spain. So centuries prior to that, starting in the 700s, I believe, the Muslims started to conquer Spain. They came over from North Africa. They crossed the Strait of Gibraltar and they conquered most of the Iberian Peninsula. And then I don't know what the high point of their conquest was, but over the next 7 centuries or so, the Spanish gradually reconquered. They call it the Reconquista. They reconquered Spain from the Muslims and I guess Portugal as well. And the last bit of Spain at the southern tip was the Kingdom of Granada. And that was finally conquered in 1492, shortly before Columbus made his first voyage. And I think it was around that time when they were reconquering Spain in the 1400s that some of the Spanish would make slaves out of the Muslims who were still in Spain. So I guess that's a third group of enslaved people. There's the Muslims, and then after that was well, I guess so. If we're talking about the Portuguese were more focused on the coastline of Africa, and I think they got some indigenous people in the Canary Islands. They conquered them and made slaves out of them. So there were those indigenous people, and then once the Spanish, they went westwards. So the Portuguese had the east, and the Spanish had the west. Just to keep it simple. Um, and then the Spanish had their Indian slaves, and then eventually, I think they had black slaves, but I haven't read about that period, the black slaves. Um, so yeah, maybe there's slavery is a It's been in a lot of places. And I think there was there were black people enslaving black people in Africa, and actually they would capture um, the slaves that were sold to the Europeans. So Africans, black Africans, were part of the slave trade, not just as slaves, but as enslavers or slave traders, capturers of slaves. And in some of actually, I think there was some slavery going the other direction. I think some of the Indians enslaved some Europeans. I think this was much less common, but I think that did happen. And I think some Indians might have enslaved other Indians. So there are all kinds of combinations. It's not just Europeans enslaving non-Europeans. All right, I just saw first super chat of the day from Objective Ethics, $5. Thank you. I appreciate that. He says, "Congrats on 1K subs. Looking forward to talking with you this Sunday on my channel." Yes. Um, Thank you. So Objective Ethics, he's been on my show many times, either in the chat or by calling in. And he also has a channel of his own. And he's invited me to speak with him this Sunday on his channel. So we're going to have a conversation there about ethics and if there's anything else he wants to get into. But I know we're at least going to talk some about ethics. So I'm looking forward to that. And I invite my audience to check his channel out and check my discussion with him out this Sunday. I think we said it was going to be around 1 o'clock. But anyway, I guess you can check his channel for the exact time. So thank you for that super chat. Very good. I haven't done one of these goals here before. Maybe I should do that. Set a super chat goal. What happens if I hit this? Okay, so I can choose. I got to move some stuff out of the way here so I can see my Zoom software, which you don't see, is interfering with the chat box here. Okay, so I can choose. Oh, okay, so I can choose a certain number of super chats as a goal, and then choose colors that count towards that goal, because there's different super chat amounts. A timer for the goal. How I will celebrate the goal. Okay. Maybe I'll set a goal here for what should my goal be? I'm thinking maybe 5 or 10. I think I'll start more modestly, and then maybe build up to some more ambitious goals. I'll just start with five super chats as my goal. And let's see. I'm going to allow all the colors to count, not just teal and higher. See, it tells you the amount of each, but I'm going to say all the colors counts towards that goal. And what is the time limit for achieving that goal? Let's say, how about 2 hours? I don't know what's the best choice here, but I'm going to go with 2 hours. Maybe I'm going partly based on the super chats I've received in the past. The best show I've ever had in terms of super chats was the very first show where I started taking super chats. Maybe that's because I made a big deal about it, and that was the main highlight of the show, that I'm now taking super chats. So maybe that's why I got so many super chats. I don't know how many it was, but maybe it's like 7 or 8, something like that. How will I celebrate? Maybe I'll keep going. I'll keep streaming longer. I guess the more super chats I get, the more incentivized I am to continue streaming, because I'm getting more value in exchange. So I'm going to say, oh, why isn't it typing here? There we go. I will celebrate by continuing to stream for another hour. And maybe if I get more super chats after I hit my goal, then I can set a new goal and maybe do another hour. So I guess I can make this contingent on how many super chats I get, as that can help determine how long my stream goes. That's a new thing. I haven't really done that before. I've usually just I stop at a certain time, maybe when I'm feeling tired um or there's a lull. But if I got super chat money coming in or super stickers, then that incentivizes me to go further. All right, so I'm gonna go with that and then start this goal. I've seen Yaron Brook do a goal on his show sometimes. Um, oh, I just saw. All right, great. We got a super chat from Jason come in. Nice for $5. Excellent. So Jason is getting us towards the goal. It says 0 out of 5. Maybe that's because Jason put his super chat in before I clicked the start goal button. But maybe we can still get to 5 on top of the ones that have come in already. Oh, I missed the word I missed the word stream in my celebrate description. What did it say? I forget what it said. Oh, if I click this, is it gonna? I will celebrate by continuing to. Oh yeah, it should say stream there. Sorry for the typo. Can I can I edit this? No, I can't edit that. Okay. I will celebrate by continuing to stream for another hour. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to say. Okay, thanks for pointing that out. All right, hopefully people can figure that out if they weren't here to hear me just say it, hear me say it right now. All right, let me give Jason's a heart here and a like. Uh, in Objective Ethics, he says yes, 1 p.m. Pacific. So that's when I'm going to have my discussion with Objective Ethics on his channel this Sunday, the 25th, 1 p.m. Pacific time at Objective Ethics. And here's our topic, I guess. Ayn Rand's model on ethics and maybe some questions about capitalism slash politics if we have time. All right, that sounds great. Very good. Okay, let me also read Jason's. See, I'm giving priority here to the super chats. I know there have been some other chats that have come in, but I'm giving priority to super chats, so I'm skipping ahead to them. So if you want me to give your chats priority and make sure I get to them and get to them sooner, or maybe I will give them more time and attention, then if you attach dollars to it, I will give it priority. So Jason says he's off to Prague via bus to Seattle Monday. I'll see how my schedule goes for watching live while I'm there. It's 11:15 p.m. there currently, 23:15. Okay, so Prague, where Jason is going, is 11 or 9 hours ahead of where I am. So you're going there on Monday. You're going to take a bus to Seattle. So Jason lives in the state of Washington, and I guess he's going to fly out of Seattle. He's going to take a bus to the airport and then fly from Seattle to Prague on Monday. So um, that will be Well, if you're traveling on Monday, then that's going to be after my live stream with Objective Ethics because uh, that live stream is going to be on Sunday. So if that's what you're referring to, then yeah, maybe you can catch it live on Sunday. But in any case, it'll be there whether I assume it'll be there even if you can't catch it live. So hopefully some people will check that out. Okay. Oh, Jason says do a show while I'm on the bus from noon to 3 o'clock p.m. on Monday. Well, my next show after this, so my normal schedule is to stream once every 5 days. So today is the 22nd. So my next planned stream is the 27th, which would be Tuesday of next week. I wasn't planning to stream on Monday, which is the day you're going to be traveling. Now, hey, if you give me a super chat of the right amount, maybe I will adjust my schedule and I will be more accommodating of requests like this to do shows at certain times because money talks. So I'm very glad I can take advantage of these super chats. So if you want to put some money on it, Jason, I will definitely consider on doing my next show on Monday instead of Tuesday so that you can listen to it while you're on the bus from noon to 3 p.m. So I, I don't know what amount of money I would need to get to do that, but if that's something you're interested in, you can let me know and maybe I'll throw out an amount. I guess I'm not super strict on doing it every 5 days. I mean, if I have good reason to adjust that schedule, I'll adjust it. So I guess I'll leave that out as an incentive for more super chats. So if you want me to do a show live while you're on the bus on Monday from noon to 3 p.m. Pacific, then give me a super chat, and I will consider. Oh, Jason says, okay, fair enough. But the truth is YBS may be there already. I'll see. Maybe Sunday will inspire me. Okay. Yeah, Yaron does a lot of shows. So I don't know if he usually streams on Sunday or if he just does during the week. I think sometimes he does weekend shows, but not every weekend. Um, but you can also send me well there's other ways you can send me money. So even if I'm not doing a live show, you can also send me money through PayPal or you can sign up on Patreon. Or you can do a super thanks. You know what a super thanks is? You can leave a comment below a video, just like you normally comment on videos, but you can attach money to your comments. There's a button you can press that says thanks with a dollar sign. Um, Maybe I can show you an example because you might not be familiar with that. Let me see if I can pull up a um, example to show you from my my last live stream. Oh yeah. Um, Let me just expand this and then I'll share it. Simon is here. Hello, Simon. He says, "Hi Dan, congrats on the 1K." Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's good to be there. And let's get up to 2,000. That's the next goal. So if you're not yet subscribed, you can now help me get up to 2,000 subscribers. Okay. So this is my last show, my last live stream. And there are if I scroll down to the bottom, here's some comments. This is just me commenting. I usually paste a transcript of the chat log into the comments. But if you want to add money here, you just click on these three dots, and then there's this thing called thanks with a dollar sign inside a heart. These are called super thanks. So you click on that, and then you can leave, I guess, varying amounts of money here, and you can attach a comment to it, and then that'll show up in the comments along with all the other comments. But it'll have this tag here and show the dollar amount. So that's another way. If I'm not live streaming, but you want to contribute some money, you can do a super thanks, as well as, the other methods, PayPal. So if you decide on Sunday, like maybe Yaron is not live streaming and he's not going to live stream on Monday when you're doing your bus ride, and you want to encourage me to do a super chat, then sorry, not you want to encourage me to do a show on Monday when you're doing your bus ride, then you can send me one of these super thankses, um, and then I'll do it. Maybe I should just throw out an amount now. Let's say $25. How about we do that? $25. So Jason, if and you can do that at any time. I guess I have to see it before Monday in order for me to know that I'm going to do a show on Monday. But if um, between now and Sunday, let's say, if you make a contribution of, well, actually, I'll say 20, either 20, I'll make the threshold $20. Um, Maybe be a little more modest here starting out. A contribution of $20 or higher. If you send me that before Monday, then I will do my show on Monday instead of on Tuesday, um, so that you'll have something to listen to live during your bus ride. All right. Let me come back to the chat. All right, got a new super chat from Simon. Awesome. From the UK, or no, from Europe. These are not pounds. These are euros. Here, let me show this on the screen. That's the first time I got euros. Thank you, Simon. He says, "Congrats on the monetization and 1,000 subs. Cheers to a good start for 2026." Thank you. It has been a good start. In significant part because my channel got monetized and I can now receive super chats. I'm going to give that a heart and a like, and I'll reply as well. Oh, it says the time to reply to this super chat has expired. Okay. So I only have a few minutes, or anyone actually only has a few minutes, I think. I don't know how long it is, but there's a certain time frame within which you can reply to super chats, and then your reply will show up with a tag, like a teal colored tag, I think. So maybe I'll get the next one. But thank you, Simon. I appreciate that. I have had British pounds before, but this is the first time I've had euros. So now I've had three types of currency. I've had US dollars, I've had British pounds, and now I've got euros. Nice. And now you can see that that shows up. That's the first super chat that came in after I started the goal. So I'm 1/5 of the way towards the super chat goal. Nice. Three likes now. Okay, so this gives me, I like how this is helping me prioritize. So in the past, I've treated all comments more or less equally and given them, roughly even time. But now that I've got super chats coming in, that's going to be how I prioritize what chats I get to next. And let's see what else we got in here now. So Jason said he's getting there at 3 p.m. Okay. The euro/US dollar equals 1.18, up 2 cents from late last week, says Jason. All right, so the ratio has improved against the dollar. Nice. All right, here's another currency. Says Simon, he just sent in another chat. Awesome. And now you see the goal, it went up to 2. All right, we're 40% of the way towards the goal. Thank you, Simon. $5. Oh, is that Canadian dollars? Is that what that means? I think that's what that means because let's see. See, Jason's just has the dollar sign, so that must just be regular US dollars. And Objective Ethics has the dollar sign, and Florida Nick has the dollar sign. So those are my three American contributors. And here we've got a European contributor. I think Simon might be in France, but somehow he also has access to a Canadian dollars. Let me give that a heart and a like. How do you do that? I didn't know you can sign in, you can be in the same account and choose which currency you want to use. That's interesting. I'm not sure how it works. I've never tried to contribute to someone from a different country. Um, but all right, nice. So now we got 4 different currencies. Why the heck don't all my comments appear in your chat screen? Says Cudababa. I don't know. What are you? So you're doing some chats that are not showing up here. Here, I can scroll through them. I'll scroll all the way to the top so you can at least see all the chats that I see. All right, so that's where it begins. So did you try to submit some chats that did not show up? I have it set to live. It's not set to top. Sometimes if you set it to top, it filters out, but it says live chat in that selection. All messages are visible. So now sometimes YouTube filters out chats, like if they have certain language that YouTube thinks is problematic. So I don't know if that might be a reason you had chats that don't show up here, but let me know. I'd be interested to know if there are actually some chats you tried to submit that did not show up. Okay, let's see. I had to send the movie review offer twice. Oh, okay. I didn't see that one yet. It was on the screen, but oh, so this chat here, you had to send this one. Let me read this one. It says, I was the first person to pay Yaron to review a movie. I paid him to review Hombre with Paul Newman. Would you watch and review it for $25 as well? Yaron charges much more these days. LOL. Okay. Hold on. So this is the chat you tried to send twice, I guess. Let me just do a search on the word hombre and see if. Oh, yeah, I see it appears up here. Hombre is available on Amazon if you have that. And let's see. Let me also do a search on the word movie. Okay. So, I guess it was before this, maybe before this chat, is where you first mentioned the movie review, but it didn't show up, so then you had to type it again here. I guess that's what happened. Okay, so I got to think about this. Um, movie reviews. So I usually don't watch movies. It's very rare that I watch movies, but if I'm being paid to do it, then I would more likely consider it. So then there's a question of how much I would charge for a movie review. You say your on charges much more these days. Yeah, I don't know what his rate is. Isn't it like $500, something like that? I think he charges $1,000 if you want to suggest a topic that he does an entire show about. But if it's a movie review, I think it might be $500. Um, I don't know what I would charge. Um, let me think about that. So you say I can get it off of Amazon. I don't have Netflix right now. I used to have Netflix, but I just wasn't using it much, so I eventually canceled it. But you say it's on Amazon. I haven't gotten movies from Amazon before. Um, but I guess if I can just order it off Amazon, then it would be pretty easy to get a hold of it. And I don't know how long the movie is, but I guess assuming it's like a couple hours. There's the time it takes to watch it, and then the time it takes to think about it and have something to say about it, be able to do a review. And I'm not sure how much all that would take, how much time all of that would take. Um, so I guess one way I could think about this is I could just set an hourly rate for my time and say like I'll charge just to throw out a number. Let's say I want to charge 25 bucks an hour of my time. So um, I let's say that I watch it for 2 hours. That's how long it takes to watch it. And then I spend another 2 hours thinking about it and coming up with some things to say about it. So altogether, that would be 4 hours of time. So if I'm charging 25 bucks an hour, that would be $100. And I guess like the more time I spend on it, the more time I could think of things to say about it. So if I spent 4 hours thinking about it, then I would have more commentary. So then that would be 6 hours total, 2 hours for the movie plus 4 hours thinking about it and preparing comments. So then that would be $150 if I'm doing 25 bucks an hour. Um, so I don't know if that's a good way to price these things. And maybe this can change as the show goes forward and I'll figure out how to optimize my price system. But maybe for right now, at least, I'll make that offer of, and maybe there should be like a minimum amount. Like it's probably going to take me at least 2 hours of time to think about it. So maybe I should just to keep it simple, just like $100 for a movie review. Um, and then on the assumption that it's roughly 4 hours of work, 2 hours to watch it, 2 hours to come up with some comments. Now, I guess if you only wanted to pay $25, then maybe I could do a much more cursory review of it. Like maybe I could watch part of the movie and just spend a little bit of time thinking about it. Like maybe I watch 30 minutes of the movie and spend another 30 minutes commenting on the movie or thinking about comments. So that's an hour of work, and I could charge 25 bucks for that. And I guess if you like that, if you think it's worth it after you hear what I have to say about it, then you could pay more for me to review more of the movie. Maybe that's a way I could do it. If you want to have a smaller starting amount. Um, so, okay, I see some more chats have come in. Let me see. Some from Cudababa. He says it's $250 for a movie for Yaron Brook and $500 for a book and 1,000 to pick the show topic. And then he says, I'll give you $35 final offer, LOL. Um, and then Jason says, charge different if you might like the movie versus not wanting to watch it. Something Neuron does not do. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea about this movie. I've never heard of it. Paul Newman, he was an actor in some westerns, right? I don't know much about Paul Newman. I'm not a big movie watcher like Iran is, or um, TV watcher or art consumer. Um, I focus much more on history and philosophy. Those are my main focuses. But I mean, I'm open to doing other things um, if there's a right dollar amount. Um, and figuring out what that amount is something I have to. It's a work in progress. And then Kudababa says that's not a good way to price things when you're just starting out and trying to build your channel. That's why Euron started charging so little. What did he charge at the beginning for a movie review? So he's charging $250 now. Did he have a much lower amount when he first did it? And what do you mean when you say that's not a good way to price things? You mean charging by the hour? In your opinion? But it's your show, you do whatever you want, of course. Hombre is a Western, but Newman was in all different kinds of films. If you don't want to watch it, that's cool, no big deal. You paid him $25. I think I would be open to doing this if the amount is right. So it's not like I know this is a movie I don't want to watch. I have no idea about it, other than what you tell me here, which is that it's a Western. And I'm okay with watching a Western. Um, but what's the amount going to be? You say your final offer. So if you mean $35 for the entire movie to do a review of it, uh, I don't think I can agree to that right now. Maybe I'll change my mind later, but I don't think I want to make that commitment at this point. So you paid Euron $25 for a movie review. That was his early rates when he first started doing movie reviews. Jason says he's off to lunch. Okay. Thanks for coming by, Jason. Well, maybe he's still listening, but he's away from his keyboard, so he's not going to be able to type, I guess. 35 total. If that's not enough, I understand. Yeah, I don't think that's enough right now. Um, as I said, maybe I'll change my mind later. I'm just thinking off the top of my head right now, but I'm thinking, like, do I want to spend 4 hours or maybe more of my time? Um, I could do gig work. Like I actually do some gig work, and I can make more than that, and I can make significantly more than that in 4 hours. So um, I'm not sure that I should commit to that right now. I mean, it might be good to do anyways, just to like get some more activity on my channel, and so maybe I'll change my mind about it later. But just to give you my if you want an answer right now, I don't think I would do that for $35. And I guess if I change my mind about that later, I'll let you know. But I do appreciate the offer. So thank you for that. That's interesting that Yaron actually did an entire movie review for 25 bucks. I wonder if that's because he was interested in watching the movie anyway. Um, I mean, he gets super chats for like 25 or 50 bucks sometimes, and he might spend like a couple minutes on them. So to like spend many hours of time on something for the same amount, um, that's interesting. But also maybe he has more experience doing movie reviews, so maybe it's a combination of him being confident that he can do a movie review, and maybe he knows how long it would take for him to come up with comments. Whereas for me, it's a lot of uncharted territory, so I don't have a good sense of how long it would take me. You say it's because he was just starting out and wanted to build his audience any way he could. He had a very small audience at the time. Okay. I wonder how big it was. What is this like before he was at 1,000 subscribers, or you have any idea how many subscribers roughly he had when he did that? Okay. I'm just checking some analytics here. All right. Thanks for the likes on the stream. I'm up to 6 likes right now. Oh, Cudababa says I was one of his first subscribers as well, so he might have had a few hundred or even less. I've been in his chat room from the beginning. Okay. He started his show, I think, in 2015, his live streams. Now, I don't know if he was on YouTube then or Blog Talk Radio, because the platform he used to use is different than the one he's currently using. And for a while, I remember he was streaming on some platform called Blog Talk Radio, and I think people could even call in. Uh, and I don't know if he had a chat at that time or if it was sometime later that he started on YouTube. But anyways, okay, so Cudababa goes way back with Yaron. I think January 2015 is when he started his show. And it was the day of the Charlie Hebdo massacre, actually. And it was going to be just a draft or like a trial show that wasn't public, but I guess given the news events of the day, he decided to go public. Um, oh, Kudababa says, I'm talking about YouTube, but I listened to him on Blog Talk as well. I don't think there was chat on Blog Talk. Yeah, I don't recall there being chat either on Blog Talk. But I don't know. I'm trying to remember what the dates were. Like I don't know if Blog Talk is what started in 2015 or that's when he started on YouTube. I guess I could go to his channel now and take a look and see if it shows might have a date there. Oh, what happened? My I did something in Zoom that confused me. Okay, I'm going to his channel now, his YouTube channel. Oh, and he says, well, that channel started in 2006. So, but sometimes the date that someone starts a YouTube account isn't necessarily the same as the date they start publishing content on it. Actually, I could look for that as well because you can sort videos by the oldest. So his oldest video on his YouTube channel is from 8 years ago. So looks like 2018, or this is actually 2017. So that was his oldest video on his YouTube channel. But um, his so maybe he was on Blog Talk Radio from like 2015 to 2017, and then he switched over from Blog Talk Radio to YouTube. I'm going to search for Hebdo on his channel. And there's a video pops up from 5 years ago, 7 years ago. So if it's going to be the original video, it would have been um, 11 years ago. So let me see if there's anything that old. Okay, looks like the oldest video is 7 years ago. So I'm guessing that when he started his show in 2015, that was on Blog Talk Radio, but not on YouTube. Oh, actually, here's one from 8 years ago, but that's still not taking us back to 2015. So, as I mentioned, maybe I'll think about your offer some more, and if I change my mind about that, I'll let you know. But I don't want to commit to it now unless I'm really sure I want to do it. So I would want to give it some more time before deciding to commit to that. And I do understand like having lower thresholds when you're first starting out, which is why, I maybe I'll increase my thresholds. Like right now, I for today I set this goal of 5 super chats, and that might increase. I think Yaron during his last New Year's show, he had a goal of 50 super chats per hour, and his goal was to raise $15,000. And I'm certainly not going to be setting goals like that right now. But I do understand like the earlier you start out, the more modest goals it makes sense to have. First, he co-hosted on Peikoff's podcast. Then he guest hosted on Peikoff's podcast. Then he started his blog talk show. Now he's on YouTube. Not sure about all the dates. Okay. For a while, he was on the Blaze show. This is Glenn Beck's network. I guess Glenn Beck has I don't know if it's a terrestrial or satellite radio show. And I think Iran had a show within that Blaze network for a while. I don't know how long it was, a year or two. Maybe that was during the Blog Talk Radio days, and that's when he took callers, perhaps. Someone mentioned Stuart from Hawaii calling in. That was a real blast from the past when I don't know if that was Florida Nick. It might have been Florida Nick, but Iran's early shows came up in a previous live stream. And oh yeah, we were talking about like how my show is distinctive in that I take callers. And then someone said Yaron used to take callers back in the day. And I didn't remember that at first, but then someone mentioned Stuart from Hawaii. because there would be this repeated caller who would say, "Hey, it's Stuart from Hawaii." That's always how he would introduce himself. And once someone said Stuart from Hawaii, that clicked, and I was like, "Oh yeah, now I remember." Yeah, Yaron did take callers. Um, Although, I sometimes get that confused between his show and Amy Peikoff's show, because Amy Peikoff also had a show on Blog Talk Radio at the same time, or I guess she overlapped. And I couldn't tell you for certain whether it was Amy's show and or Iran's show that Stewart from Hawaii would call into. Um, there was another call. Oh yeah, Skylar. Skylar. He was the other one who I remember. Skylar would always call in. And I'm sure that was your on show. Hi, Dr. Brook. I think he would usually address him as doctor. Yeah, those are the two callers I remember. He and Amy used to co-host from time to time. Says Cudababa. Yeah, the Euron and Amy show. They had some episodes. Um, yeah, so for anyone who doesn't know, Amy Peikoff, she's an objectivist, or she's in the objectivist world. She was married to Leonard Peikoff for a while. Leonard Peikoff being Ayn Rand's top students who worked with her for decades. And Amy had a show on Blog Talk Radio, and she collaborated with Yaron Brook for a while. All right. So let's see what other chats are in here. Okay, I'm going to scroll back to the point where I started jumping ahead to get to the super chats. Um, Actually, I want to have two different chat windows open so I can see different parts of it. All right. Oh, it's not letting me scroll back past Jason's chats. Oh, now it is. But it's okay. So okay, I started at 1:30. So that's the beginning. All right. I read all these. I like that song too. Oh, this song, Are We Human or Are We Dancer? I don't know that song. Jason says, oh, I get, so that's what he was referencing up here, where he says, or are we dancer? Jason says, yes, it is a song. Are we human or are we dancer? I quite like the song. Oh, Cudababa, I did remember something I wanted to tell you. You asked about music recommendations, classical musical recommendations that were off the beaten path. And I didn't really have much for you, but I said I was going to think about it off stream and see if I had anything else to say. And you asked this in a super chat. That's why I'm mentioning it now that I know you're here. So another one, a recommendation. So I said things like Rachmaninoff and Chopin and Schubert, but that's not really off the beaten path. But one that I thought of later, which maybe you haven't heard of, you can tell me, is Hector Berlioz. And I don't remember what the name of the composition is, but it's kind of spooky sounding. Um, I should, it'd be better if I had the name for you. If I knew you were going to be here, I would have looked this up and had it ready. Um, there's well, let me just back up a little. So when I was in undergraduate, I took a course called Symphonic Masterworks. And we listened to a large selection of many different composers. I don't know if I ever heard of Hector Berlioz before, um, and maybe some others. And this isn't to say like I'm a huge fan of him as a composer, but there was at least one particular work of his that was included in the musical compositions that I listened to in this course, which I liked at least aspects of. It was interesting, and this might have been due partly to the analysis that the professor of the class gave. So I don't know if it would be as interesting if you haven't heard the analysis of it. But I used the word spooky. I remember that term. It has a Halloween kind of feel to it. Maybe if I look up Hector Berlioz and like his most popular works, I'll see the name of the composition, and that will um, it'll ring a bell. I'm doing that right now. I think it was 19th century. Okay, so here's a Wikipedia article on him. French Romantic composer and conductor. His output includes orchestral works such as the Symphonie Fantastique. Maybe that was it. Maybe it was a section from that. That sounds vaguely familiar. And Harold in Italy. Choral pieces, including the Requiem and Les Enfants du Christ. Three operas in works of hybrid genres such as the dramatic symphony Romeo and Juliet. I think it might be Symphonie Fantastique, but it looks like he's a romantic composer, so maybe he's at least in the neighborhood of some of the other composers that I mentioned who are more familiar to objectivists like Rachmaninoff and Schubert and Chopin, but lesser known. Oh, Franz Liszt. I don't think I mentioned him before, but he's another one I like. Let's see if I have in my notes. I thought there might have been one other. Oh, Gershwin. George Gershwin, I think, has some good pieces. Aaron Copeland is another one. I think they might both be 20th century composers. Carmina Burana by Carl Orff. Um, I actually was in a symphonic orchestra for youth. I was a percussionist when I was in high school and middle school, and I was in an orchestra that performed works by Carl Orff, well, in particular Carmina Burana, and we also did a work by Aaron Copland's. I'm not sure what the name of it was. Maybe Spring something. George Gershwin. He did American in Paris, right? Um, can't remember if we performed one by him. But there's some other composers which I think I can't necessarily give you titles, but if you just look up the most popular pieces by Gershwin and Copeland and Hector Berlioz, you can find some good material there, which is at least a little more off the beaten path than what you might be familiar with. We also did West Side Story, this youth orchestra I was in by what's his name? Leonard Bernstein. Yeah, I like that. So there's some more for you. All right, I see some more from Cudababa. He says Symphony Fantastique. That's a good one. Yeah. So you didn't know about that one? Okay, I hope so because then I'm giving you something new. That's yeah, I was hoping to mention some things you hadn't heard of. Oh, you say you haven't listened to it in a long time. I'll have to give it another go. That might be the one. I'm not 100% sure that's the one I had in mind, but um, I thought it was very interesting, whatever the um, the piece was. Maybe I should look. I have it. So I've got my Symphonic Masterworks collection of CDs in an offsite storage location. Maybe if I just Google the that title, Symphonic Masterworks CD collection, I can find a list of the titles. I think there were maybe 4 or 8 CDs. Okay, well, maybe I'll look for that later. Let me read some more of these chats. It's frustrating sometimes when you take so long to look back at the chat because people are responding to you real time sometimes. Yeah. Um, yeah, sometimes there's a lot of distance between when I see something and when it came in. So maybe I could always have the chat open. I guess I mean if it's not distracting, like when I'm on a call with somebody, it's difficult for me to focus on the call and on the chats. So I usually just focus on the call, and then later, sometimes a lot later, I will look back at the chats. But maybe I can get better at doing both simultaneously, or like whatever I'm talking about. Like I'm talking about music right now. Maybe I can simultaneously have the chat open so that there isn't so much different distance between when a chat comes in and when I see it. But there's a balance between being distracted by the chats and so I mean the good thing about not having an eye constantly on the chat is then I can have a continuous train of thought about something else and I can speak about it, but it becomes very disjointed and choppy if I'm constantly like every 5 seconds shifting my attention to the the chat and then I lose my train of thought. On the other hand, the benefit is that I get to the chats um, closer to real time when they actually came in. So there's a positive and a negative to addressing them fast. Yaron actually he puts all his chats off to the end of the show, like he goes through all his news items, and then he collects all his super chats at the end, and he does them all at the end. I guess there's some exceptions to that. Sometimes he does address things in real time, um, but for the most part, it's confined to the end that he addresses the chats. And I don't know if that's the best system for me. Um, maybe it's going to be somewhat different, but anyways, it's something I would like to optimize. I'm not sure what the best method of dealing with it is right now. Yes, I like a lot of Liszt stuff, like his Hungarian Rhapsodies. Did you listen to the Shostakovich piece I recommended, the Festive Overture? No, I didn't. I was going to. I had it open in a tab for like a week or two, and I never got to listening to it. And then I restarted my computer yesterday, I think, because I had too many tabs open. I had like a month's or 2 months worth of Windows open. I thought, all right, I've got to restart here, and otherwise maybe it's going to slow down my computer. And then as a result of that restart, I lost a lot of my tabs, including the one that had the Festive Overture in it. But right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open a tab with that in it to remind me to listen to it, and then um, I will plan to listen to this before I close all my windows again 2 months from now to restart my computer again. Um, all right, I've got it on my screen now, and it's only 6.5 minutes long, so I can definitely do that. I'll probably listen to it later today after this stream. Thanks for reminding me of that. Dmitry Shostakovich. Festive Overture. Okay, I'm back looking at the chat now. Trying to find where I left off. My scrolling is not working very well. Maybe if I, oh, now it says pages unresponsive. I don't know if you can see that. Does that show up for you? I just got a message that popped up that said pages unresponsive. Maybe I have too many apps open. Let me try. Let me try to close some apps here and see if I get better performance on my computer. All right, I've got Keynote open. I was creating a new thumbnail for my show. I'm not sure if I'm going to end up using it, but that's why I had Keynote open. And now iMovie also needs to close. That was also related to my thumbnail project. Okay. All right. I've got all my unnecessary apps closed now. So I don't have that much open. It's just a bunch of browser windows. Actually, fewer than I typically have open. So maybe it was the apps more so than these browser windows that are slowing down my computer. But anyway, hopefully it's going to be better now. But yeah, the chat is still not scrolling. Maybe I'll just close the chat window and then reopen it. See if that helps. Page unresponsive. Geez, what's going on? All right, I'm going to try to close some tabs here. I wonder if my internet connection is not good. Maybe I could switch to my phone, use it as a hotspot. Sometimes that happens. My internet doesn't have a good connection. All right, got more windows closed. Minimize that. This is weird. Why is this page not loading? Okay, now it's open again. Okay, now it's scrolling better. So I'm going to share this again. Okay. See, I refreshed it so you can't see any chats before this one. Remember, if anyone wants to call in, you can call in at any time. Just click this Zoom link here that's pinned in the chat, or there's a phone number you can dial. All right, I was in the middle of reading this one, which reminded me of music, and then I went off talking about the musical recommendations for Cudababa, which I did because he contributed a super chat, and I wanted to give that some priority since I didn't have much to say about it when he originally asked it. I'm saying more now because he did attach dollars to his chat before. All right, so Jason says, yes, it is a song. Are we human or are we dancer? I quite like the song. Even the words are not clear and open to interpretation. You could pull up the lyrics if you're bored and try to figure out what they mean. Okay. I guess I'll Google that and at least have a tab open as something I might look into. Let me oh, I could look up the meaning of the lyrics too. That's something I could Google. But for now, I'm just gonna pull up the lyrics and I'm gonna make a note here. Song lyrics that Jason mentioned. Okay, I got that down as a potential topic for later. But let me look at some more of these chats right now. Cudababa says, I like that song too. I have more. Oh, Objective Ethics says, I have my formal debate on Saturday p.m. on my model for objective morality. I just got word last night that they are changing the format, so I am a little concerned. I prepared specifically for a 15-minute opening, and they are cutting that down to 8 minutes. Not sure if I can land my opening arguments in just 8 minutes. Okay. Yeah, so the day before I have a chat with Objective Ethics on his show, So I'm chatting with him on Sunday. The day before, on Saturday, he's doing a debate with someone, Mark Reed, about whether ethics is subjective or objective. And objective ethics, as his name would suggest, is defending the view that ethics is objective. And what is meant by objective, well, that's an interesting topic unto itself. And maybe I'll talk about that with him some on Sunday. But I hope you are able to scale your argument your opening arguments down to 8 minutes. That's too bad. They changed it at the last minute, or maybe not last minute, but uh, just a few days before. Yeah, I hope you can find a way to rejigger your statement. I guess you could save some of it for the rebuttal. You could say like, I was planning to talk about this during my opening statement, but then turned out I didn't have enough time for it, but we can get into it later. All right, here's a new person. SSR Gamer says, "Yo, I'm from the UK, aka Prison Islands. How do I survive?" Well, you survive the same way anyone survives in essentials, but by using reason. But what specifically? Is there any specific advice for the UK? Um, I don't know. Maybe I would need to hear more about your situation. Why do you call it Prison Islands? I don't know if you're still here, SSR Gamer. I'm going to go to your channel. Let's take a quick look. Okay. I'm more likely to engage with people who are still here. So if you let me know you're still here, then we can talk more about this. I want to give priority to people who are here live. Yeah, why do you call it Prison Islands? And objective ethics is all about surviving and achieving happiness. So there's a lot I could say about that. But the most basic advice is just be rational. Use your reason. Jason says, okay, fair enough, but the truth is YBS may be there already. Oh yeah, I think I read that one. Okay. Objective Ethics says to Jason, okay, brother, I will try to make Sunday's show with Dan a really good one that will inspire Dan to do a follow-up show on which will draw your attention. Oh, I see. So that's the Sunday that Jason is referring to. Maybe my show with Objectivist Ethics will inspire him. I'll watch this one with Objective Ethics on Sunday and mute YBS and watch YBS on replay for Sunday. I'll see about Monday and let you know. Okay. Simon says my tablet uses a Canadian YouTube account and my PC uses my French account. Okay. So that's why here it shows up as Canadian dollars and up here it shows up as euros. But it looks like your name is the same. So it looks like the same YouTube account and the same picture. But I guess depending on what device you're using your account, um, it's your device has a default currency that it uses. So okay, I guess that's what's going on. Yeah, so the currency is attached to the device, not the YouTube account. Thanks again for the super chats. And if anyone else wants to contribute super chats, that would be great. You can help me reach my goal of five super chats within 2 hours. What's the time like on the? Oh, it says 50 minutes left. So if you want to help support the show, if you're getting value from this, or if you've gotten value from past shows, or anticipate getting value from future shows, you can show appreciation and send in a sticker or a chat. I wonder if it's going to count stickers as well as super chats. I bet it would. Anyone want to test that out? See if that increases the amount the number of. See if it helps us get more than 2 out of the 5. Okay, I read these ones already. Here's one I didn't read yet. The episode is there. It's called Movie Hombre and Christian Morality. Oh, so you asked Yaron to review that very same movie. Okay. Let me search for that on see if I find that on his channel. Oh yeah, there it is. 6 years ago, or at least six. Let's see. October 6th, 2019. So do you really like this movie? Is that it'd be interesting to compare what I have to say about it with what he has to say about it. Um, Maybe I'll listen to his review, or I guess if I'm going to do a review, it's maybe it'd be better to first just watch the movie myself without having his view like um, potentially coloring my own impression of it. First, just have my own raw impression, and then later compare it with his. If I were to do a review, I think I might want to do it that way. Christian morality is a bit of an oxymoron, says Objective Ethics. Oh, Jason just did a sticker. Thank you, Jason, for 99 cents. I guess that was to maybe that was to see if it would cause the goal to increase from 2 out of 5 to 3 out of 5. It still shows 2 out of 5, so I guess unless it's just delayed, maybe it doesn't count stickers. or maybe only stickers of a certain amount. But I told it to include all. Well, I think it asked, should I include all chats? So maybe it's only including super chats and not stickers. Okay, yeah. So I guess if it's gonna increase towards our goal, maybe it has to be in the form of a super chat. But thanks anyways for Jason. Thanks anyways for that sticker, Jason. I appreciate it. Okay, I read these already. I'd be surprised if you don't enjoy it. You mean the Shostakovich piece? Okay, I'll let you know. Sometimes music can be an acquired taste. You don't necessarily like it on the first listening, but the more familiar you get with it, the more you enjoy it. Oh, and thanks for trying to suggest some off the beaten path music, but I'm familiar with all that you mentioned. That's okay. All right, so you already know all this. So you're a big classical music listener. Are you familiar with Nicholas Krusek, Thomas Shoebottom, Stephen Seek? These are some people in the objectivist world who I know specialize in music, and maybe they would have off the beaten path recommendations for you. I'm back, filet o fish in hand, says Jason. All right, so Jason is having lunch. Nick says, I'm late, but I was driving and could text. But I believe Yaron said that he doesn't have access to them or doesn't know how to put them on YouTube. Just went to look and Blog Talk closed in 2024. Okay, so be safe while you're driving. You believe Yaron said he doesn't have access to them or doesn't know how to put them on YouTube. Okay, so his Blog Talk Radio shows from maybe starting 2015 through 2017. Maybe that's when he started on YouTube because those were the oldest videos I was able to see on his YouTube channel. So maybe there's a couple years worth of shows that are on Blog Talk Radio, but he doesn't have access to them or he doesn't know how to put them on YouTube. I thought at least his first show might have been posted somewhere after the fact, like in recent years, like in the last 2 or 3 years. Um, so maybe you could find that even if not in the original place on Blog Talk Radio, which I guess if it closed in 2024, then you couldn't get it there. But maybe it's been reposted somewhere else, at least that particular show. I'm not sure. But thanks for mentioning that, Nick. Oh, Cudababa says yes, one of his favorite films, Hombre. Well, this might make me curious to just read to watch that movie anyway. So I guess the fact that it's one of your favorites and that Yaron has already reviewed it, that piques my curiosity somewhat. So I might just watch it anyways on my own time. And if I do that, then that would lower the price of me doing a review because, that time is already, I wouldn't have to factor that into the price. So I guess if I end up watching it and that affects the price, then I can let you know. And maybe I'll do it for 35 bucks. We'll see. Um, yeah. Actually, let me make a note about that. On another potential thing to do here, maybe watch Hombre. All right, I added that to my list. One could argue it was written by an objectivist, or at least is based on objectivist themes. Okay. Well, if you watch it, I'll give you $35 regardless, whether you ask for more or not. Well, you mean if I do a review of it? Or, I mean, I'm guessing you don't mean you're just going to give me 35 bucks just to watch it and not do a review of it. Do you mean, or maybe is that what you mean? You'll give me 35 bucks whether I ask for more or not. Yeah, I'm a little unclear on what you mean there. Does that mean just to watch it and not to do a review? Um, Jeree says, congrats on 1K. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've seen Jeree here before. It's been a while, but I do remember. Actually, I think you might have called in once. You can you can let me know if I'm remembering that right. All right. I got two more subscribers. It's up to 1,002 now. Oh, and I have a little trophy on my YouTube channel. I'm going to show you this. Thanks for subscribing. Cudababa says, no, I don't know those names actually. I'll have to look into them. Which names? I don't remember which names you're referring to here. But let me show you my YouTube studio. I just checked it to see if I got any new subscribers, and I saw it was up to 1,002. See, there it is. And it shows this little trophy here for hitting 1,000 subscribers. And there's also, if I go into my analytics tab, I can see a live counter. Now this will refresh on its own here, even if I don't refresh the page. If I get a new subscriber, this number will go up. But maybe it refreshes more quickly if I go into this button that says see live count. See that? And it's got fireworks going because I recently hit 1,000. I wasn't sure it was going to do that. The first time I saw it hit 1,000, it was last night. Technically this morning because It was 12:32 a.m. Pacific time today. That's when I saw, like the last time I saw it, it was 999 sometime yesterday, and then today at 12:32 a.m. I checked it again, and it had hit 1,000, and I saw those fireworks appear in right here when it at the time it said 1,000 here, and I wasn't sure like if I go past 1,000, like if it goes up to 1,001, is it still going to show the fireworks, or is it only going to do that when I'm exactly at 1,000? But no, apparently just being close was enough. So I'll refresh this page, and I think if you're watching here, you'll see some fireworks explode. Yeah, see that? That's nice. A cute little celebratory gesture YouTube has programmed into its software. So if someone subscribes right now, you will see this go up to 1,003. I don't know if anyone wants to try that, but you can watch it change in real time. Usually, I'm not on this screen. When I check my subscriber count, I just go to a more static page, like this one. No, not that one. That's the one I was trying to. Here, let me X that out. Like this page. Oh no, it just went up to 1,003. Awesome. But I've been switching between windows. So if I go back to see live count, actually maybe right when I click this live count, you're going to see 1,002 because that's what it was last on, and maybe you'll see it scroll up to 1,003. Let's try it out. Oh no, it just says 1,003. But what you could do is you could unsubscribe right now. Not that I want to encourage that, but if you want to unsubscribe, maybe you'll see this go down to 1,002. And then if you resubscribe, maybe you'll see it go back up to 1,003. So, but of course, it's better if people are just subscribing. But maybe I'll leave that there for. So I'm on my way to 2,000 subscribers. 997 left to go. All right. Thanks to the three of you who recently subscribed. I appreciate that. That's good for a live stream. I think the most subscribers I ever got during a live stream was either 4 or 5. So I could break a record today if I get, well, I guess at least 2 more. I think that would at least tie my record. Oh yeah, see, you just saw it change to 1,002. So I guess someone just unsubscribed. And maybe if that person resubscribes, you'll see it go back up to 1,003. Sometimes it does go down. Like during my last live stream, I think I started the stream at 990. And then at the end of the stream, I had 987. So it went down 3 during the course of the live stream. I don't know why. Maybe someone didn't like what I said, but anyways, it does sometimes go down. But oh yeah, you see, it just changed back. So I guess someone was just testing it there. You saw it go down to 1,002 and then back up to 1,003. So that's cool. So I wonder how long it's going to show the fireworks. Like if I refresh this page now, yeah, it's still showing the fireworks. So I don't know if it shows the fireworks like for a certain amount of time, like regardless of what number I'm at. Like maybe it'll show fireworks for the next day or week. Or does it like wait until it gets up to 1,050 and then stop showing? I don't know like what the parameters of it are. I'll figure that out. I found some other channel recently. I was watching some history channel, and that channel was at 9.99K subscribers. And I clicked subscribe just to see if I would be the one to knock it up to 10,000, but I wasn't. Um, but maybe if I go there now, it will be. So I don't know. But it's pretty rare to find someone who is right on the threshold like that. And you only see YouTube only shows you three digits. Like if you go to a channel, like if I have right now, actually it's a maximum of three digits. So I have like here you can see it just shows 1K. It used to show 999, right? It'll give you the exact amount, but once you get up to 1,000, it doesn't show 1,003 subscribers here. So if I refresh this, you see it still says 1K. So now if I want to show you the exact number, I'm going to have to come into my YouTube studio, either this page or this page. Um, I don't know if there's some other way you can see it. Like if you're, unless you're me, I don't know if there's a way you can see the exact number of subscribers, but it shows you up to three. Like if I go to your Yaron Brook's channel here, so see how it shows. There's the movie I was looking up, Hombre and Christian Morality. But see, for him, it shows 40.7K subscribers. It doesn't show the exact number. It only shows three digits in the largest three digits, right? It doesn't show the ones digit or the tens digit in this case. So for me, the next time it's going to show something other than 1K is when I hit 1.01K. So that would be 1,010 subscribers. That's the next increment I need to hit in order for you to see a change in my public YouTube number of subscribers here. So that's the difference between now and the past. You used to be able to see every single change in subscriber numbers, but now you're only going to see it every 10 subscribers, right? Because it's only every 10 subscribers that there's going to be a change in the tens digit, which is going to be the nearest, the smallest increment now that YouTube shows, since it only shows up to three numbers here. So if I get up to 1.01, then you'll see this change. All right, lots of little technical details about YouTube. Where was I? I was, oh yeah, let me come back to the chat. Oh, Cudababa says, I just unsub, now I'll resub. Okay, so that was Cudababa. Okay, thanks for testing that out. I bet I just ruined my previous rank as one of your first subscribers, though. Oops, LOL. That's okay. I'll give it to you for free. I'll take your word for it. You're a regular, long time participant on my show. So I had this offer out for free super chats for my first 1,000 subscribers. So even if you don't show up, Cudababa, in my list because you potentially lost your place in line, I will still give you a free super chat. I don't know if you've heard me make that offer before, but so for anyone out there who was one of my first thousands, you can get a free super chat. So all you have to do is tell me, I want a free super chat, and then you ask your question or make your comment, and then I'll treat it as if it were a chat that has dollars attached to it. And I'll give it, the priority, the time, the attention that I would have given it were it a super chat. Objective Ethics says he went from 121 up to 140, up to 148, down to 130, all in 24 hours. Wow. Those are some big swings. Yeah, so Objective Ethics' channel has been growing, and it looks like it's been growing in a volatile way based on what he says here. I've never had swings that big. I wonder if you know, like, or if you can speculate, like, the cause. Sometimes it's hard to know why you're gaining or losing subscribers, but sometimes you at least you can make an educated guess, given like who your audience is and what you think might or might not displease them. He says, I'm heading to work. See you on Sunday afternoon. All right. See you Sunday. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. And thank you again for your super chat, which is right here. And good luck preparing for your debates on Saturday. All right, which I'd like to watch at least some of that before we chat. On the Raging Tomatoes channel, I think that's the one he said it's going to be hosted on. Cudababa says, I don't think it'll show 1.01K. It will wait until 1.1K. No, I think it actually does show 1.01K. And I'm pretty sure I've seen that on other people's channels. And that would be consistent with YouTube's practice of always showing 3 digits if you've reached, well, I won't try to, I might just confuse things more. But we'll find out. We'll find out soon if it actually shows 1.01K. He says thanks. I guess that's for giving him first 1,000 subscriber status, even though he might have temporarily gotten out of the first 1,000 that shows up on my listing. Um, okay, you know better than I. I don't have a YouTube channel. Well, you do have a YouTube channel. You just might not post on it. So if you have a YouTube account, you have a YouTube channel, and I'm going to your channel. I'm looking at your channel right now. So a lot of people's channels are empty. They don't have any content. There's no videos posted or uh, community posts, but you do have a YouTube channel if you have a YouTube account. Mm. All right. Well, it looks like I'm caught up in the chat. So, oh, I guess you could. I just went to your channel just displayed on screen. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't realize I still had the that window being shared instead of the chat window. I better stop this. Make sure I don't show something I don't intend to share. Okay. Yeah, let me just share the chat window. And you can go to anyone's channel just by going to youtube.com/at and then whatever their name is here. So that's an easy way to find it. You can't do it like I do, I think, just by clicking these three dots, because if you're a participant rather than the host, it gives you a different list of options. But for me, one of the options it gives is go to channel. But even if you don't have this as your in your menu of options, you can still go there if you just open up a new tab and go to youtube.com/at and then whatever somebody's handle is here. Oh, a Ghosty is here. How do I miss that? I just saw there was a chat from a Ghosty, which I didn't see before. He says, "Evening, Dan. Hope you are doing great and congrats on 1K subs. Thank you, Ghosty. I appreciate that." Ghosty has called in before, and he's been in my chats. And maybe I also missed this chat. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Cudababa says, well, I can't dictate how much time you spend reviewing it. Just a few thoughts. I'm sure you'll find it interesting. All right, I'll let you know if I watch that movie, Hombre. And then maybe I'll give you some thoughts on it, even if you haven't paid. And if you find, I guess you could do it after the fact. Like you could do a post hoc super chat based on whatever you think the comments are worth. So if I just decide on my own to watch the movie and make some comments on it, and even if you haven't given me money for it by that point, you could, based on my having done that already, you could submit a super chat um, after the fact rather than in advance. And maybe that's a way, that's another possibility. Maybe then you know you have a better idea of what you're paying for. Like if you don't know what you're getting for a given amount, then you might be more hesitant to pay in advance. Like Yaron has a track record. He's done many movie reviews, so you have a idea more or less of what to expect. But it's totally new for me, so I guess it's more it's less certain um, the kind of review I would do or what kind of value you would get from it. So one possibility is you could request something and then I may or may not do it. But then if I actually do it and you got some value from it, then you could send in some money at that time. That's one possibility. I guess if you do it that way, there's more of a risk that I would actually of whether I would end up doing it at all. Because if you're paying for it in advance, then I would feel like I'm committed to doing something. So there is that drawback to paying after the fact that I might not do it at all. But there is the benefit that you have, you know what you're getting. The product is already out there, and so it's easier to price it and put a value on it. And I guess if you did put value after the fact, then I guess that would incentivize me in the future to more likely want to do something in advance because I guess it seems more likely that, well, yeah, I'm not sure that follows. I guess, I mean, the more likely it seems I'm going to be getting money from doing something, the more likely I'm going to want to do that type of thing in the future. So even if the payment comes after the fact, as long as I'm getting paid eventually, and I know that, then I'll be more inclined to do those sorts of things. Like there's some businesses where you pay up front and some businesses where you pay at the end. Like when you go to a restaurant, you pay after the meal, right? After you see the kind of service you got, that'll help you decide on the tip. But other businesses you pay at the beginning, right? Like you go to a grocery store and you buy the food before you leave the store, not after you take it home and eat it and come back and decide whether you liked it. No, you pay up front. But so different businesses, they work differently. And I'm not sure what the best model is for this. And maybe it's a combination of both, depending on what it is. And I'll figure out going forward, what is the best way to do things. But it's a work in progress, always looking for more ways to optimize my business. Um, Simon says, did Dan accept the $35 deal to watch? I just got back. No, I didn't accept it yet. I said I might change my mind about it later, but right now I don't want to commit to doing a movie review for $35. But I just was saying right now, I might end up watching it anyways, just because I'm interested. And if I end up doing a review, then he can pay me $35 after that, or whatever amount he thinks is worth it. Um, so it remains to be determined what's going to happen with that movie. Cudababa says, sure, if you just give some brief thoughts, I'll pay you. I'm not expecting an entire dissertation. Okay. And I guess maybe there's less pressure on me if I know like I want to give people their money's worth. So if you pay me after the fact, then you can just decide what it's worth to you. You've already seen the product. Um, and then I know like whatever you give, you feel you got that amount, and I'm not like under delivering. Whereas if you pay in advance, then I might feel pressure. Like if you agreed to pay me um, $100, then I might feel I have to some pressure that I have to deliver a certain amount of value, and I might not want that pressure and stress if there is any. So that's one advantage to taking payment after the fact rather than ahead of time. So maybe that's a good model, at least in some cases. Hmm. I predict you'll have a lot to say about it, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay. And my screen just crashed, as it has done before. Does that show up? I'm waiting for my there's like a 15-second delay. Yeah, now I just saw it showed up. Can't open this page. Like this happens sometimes. Usually it doesn't happen, but like it's happened 5 times in my last, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 streams. Simon says, getting paid to watch movies, my dream. For context, I work in the film industry. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Um, well, not just getting paid to watch movies, but also to comment on them and do movie reviews. I think that's the proposal. Um, but let me refresh this page and see if I can. Okay, that brought the chat back very quickly. Let me change it to live chat. Okay. All right. So I'm caught up in the chat. So what's going to be next? When did I start today? Oh yeah, I started at 1:30, so I've been going for about 2.5 hours. And I've got some things I could do if there aren't new chats, like edit a video. And there's a few other things I have on a list, but now is a good time to raise new topics in the chat if you want me to talk about something, because I do want to give priority to people who are here live. You can call in, you can chat. So you're not going to have much competition now for getting my attention because I'm caught up in the chat. So this is a good time to chat if you want to steer the show in a certain direction. I see we've got 9 people watching, according to what it says on my phone right now. You can also just say hello. That's always interesting, just to see who's watching. Although some people like to be anonymous, maybe. But if I click on my top fans here, it'll show a list of everyone who has participated in the chat. And there you see the 10 participants on today's show. But I invite anyone to jump in. Just to say even hi is definitely welcome. I think it gives you the most points if you super chat. So even if you haven't typed much in the chat, if you send in a super chat, I think you get more points from that. I don't know how it scores it exactly, but I think it does factor in. Like all the people who are at the top of the list here are people who have contributed super chats or super stickers, I think. Thanks again to those of you who've contributed. We've got 12 minutes left. If you want to help me get up to the goal of 5 super chats within 2 hours, I started that with a 2 hour time limit on it. Maybe I should include Jason's among them because Jason sent in a super chat right before I started this, maybe as I was talking about it. So maybe if we include Jason's here, then I'm at 3 out of 5. And if we include Nick's sticker, it's 4 out of 5 because I didn't know if this only included super chats. Yeah, it looks like it's the goal is put in terms of chats, not stickers, but I didn't know that. I'm happy to take any money, whether it's chats or stickers. So maybe if we include Jason's super chat and Florida Nick's sticker, then we would actually be at 4 out of 5. In which case, I only need one more of either of those. I'll take a sticker or a chat, and I'll consider it as having met the goal. Doesn't matter to me what form it comes in. Let's see, can I go back to maybe I can't scroll all the way back to Jason's um, so at least on this screen. If I go to a different screen, yeah, then Jason shows up. Anyway, total, it looks like the first contribution was a sticker from Nick. Here, I should share both of these windows. This one and this one. Okay. So here's the first contribution I got. A sticker from Florida Nick. That's one. And then super chat from Objective Ethics. Super chat from Jason. So that's three. Super chat from Simon. That's four. Another super chat from Simon. So that's five. So actually, I did hit five for today. Yeah, I think that was, oh, six. If we include this one, it's a sticker from Jason. Yeah, six. So I guess I did hit that goal, but it looks like I didn't see because I didn't start that goal on YouTube at the very beginning of the show. So I had already received I think I had already received one sticker and one super chat by that point. And it doesn't count stickers, it only counts chats up here. But as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter to me whether it's a sticker or chat. So I think I'll just say we hit the goal, or I hit the goal. So um, good stuff. Thank you for helping me hit that goal. Maybe I should start a new goal now. Well, I guess I'll wait it. I'll wait for it to finish out because it still has 9 minutes left. Yeah, so you could see there were six contributions altogether. Um, but they didn't all get counted here. But that's all right. I'll consider the first goal as having been met. All right. Let's see. A few more chats come in here. Have you seen Hombre, Simon? No, I'll check it out. I'll give you $100. LOL, just kidding. All right. Simon says, deal. How are we doing on views today? All right, so we got 16 people come in the first half hour because I started at 1:30, not 1. Um, and then the second, well, the first full hour, 24 people, then 21 people came by. And you can see the minute by minute people coming by here. So if someone pops in, you're going to see a new blue mark show up here. This is the last 48 hours, and then this is minute by minute, last 60 minutes. Oh yeah, someone just popped in. See that? Oh, here it shows the last thing on the little preview. It shows you the latest thing that was going on. 10 likes. Nice. That's good. It's a good number to be at this point in the show. Thanks for the likes. And 10 people watching now, it says. Very good. Good numbers. Thank you for being here. All right. So, do any of you 10 people who are watching now, anyone want to suggest a topic or call in to the show? Oh, now it just went up to 11. Very nice. I like being in the double digits. That's good. Sometimes I don't get into the double digits. I used to more often. Well, actually, I don't know about more often, but there, like a few months ago, I was regularly getting into the double digits, but then not so much in the last few months. I don't know if YouTube made some kind of change in its algorithm. Actually, I was watching some YouTuber who does content about YouTube, and he gives channels advice on how to grow their channel. And he was saying that starting in September, so that would have been 4 months ago, YouTube made a change to their home screen, and instead of showing like an array of 6 videos per row, it only showed like 2 or 3. So there are fewer videos to click on if you just go to your YouTube home screen and go through your feed. So maybe that change in YouTube bumped some of the smaller channels out. Like there wasn't as much real estate left on the screen, so people didn't weren't as likely to see your your video as they were before, and so maybe that accounts for some of the dip in views a few months ago. I'm not sure about that, but that's just a speculation. But anyways, good to see numbers coming back up to the double digits some here. I think the most I ever had watching at one time was 20 people. That's my peak. All right. So, what am I going to talk about next? What do you want to talk about next? Also, it does help if people call in because then it saves my voice. I can only talk for so long before my voice, before it like starts to hurt my throat a little. So if someone wants to call in, that'll help me last longer. Anyone want to debate with me, discuss with me? I've got a lot of topics here on my backgrounds, which might stimulate some thought. There's many topics we could talk about. Do you all agree with objectivism? Do you disagree? Do you disagree with parts of it? Reason, egoism, capitalism, atheism, free will. There's a lot we could talk about. But, maybe if there aren't more chats, maybe I could shift over to my editing project. As I said, that's like a backup thing I could do if there's not new chats coming in. I could start working on editing a video, or I could just take a break. Also, I might need a break soon anyway. Jason says, I'll call in and debate, discuss taxes if no one else wants. Okay. Um, what would we debate or discuss about taxes? Anything in particular? I'm guessing you agree with me that there should not be taxes. So I'm just curious what we would debate or discuss about it. What would your angle on it be? Or I guess you could just play devil's advocate, even if you don't necessarily disagree with me. You could just, oh, you say taxes will exist in capitalism? The word will be taxes? Well, if by taxes you mean Compulsory contributions. I don't think there would be. Do you mean compulsory? Like people are coerced to pay money to the government? Oh, you say taxes will be voluntary but still exist. Okay. Well, there's the question is whether they should be called taxes if they're voluntary. Like some people, I think, use the term to mean involuntary taxes. Sorry, involuntary contributions to the government. That's what they mean by taxes. And if they're voluntary, then they would be called something else, like donations, as Simon is saying here. Um, you say user fees wouldn't work as a term. You use a plane, and FAA is needed. You pay a tax to use a plane. Okay, yeah, maybe we could talk about that because I don't think an FAA is needed. I mean, you might have a privatized version of it, but it wouldn't be a government regulatory agency that's coercing people via regulations, coercing businesses via regulations. Nope, it will be a tax, and if you do not want to pay, we may put you on a list and give it to Walmart. What does that mean? What give it to Walmart? Okay, well, maybe it'd be better if you just called in and we could talk. But I think I do want to take a break now. So how about this? I'll take a break for maybe about 10 minutes. And then after the break, Jason can call in if he wants to do that, if he's still here and wants to do that. Or if there's other chats that have come up in the meantime that I want to engage with or other callers, then I can consider that. So I guess it remains to be determined exactly what's going to happen after the break. But I'm going to take a break for around 10 minutes. And then a potential topic after that is a discussion with Jason, who might call in. But I'll see what new has come into the chat in the meantime, and I'll make a decision there about exactly what to do next. Okay, so let me just change my name on Zoom here so it appears on screen. I just turned off my camera, um, and you see my name there, but I'm going to change that in Zoom so that it says back in about 10 minutes. Okay, and then let me also put a note in the YouTube chat. Oh, Ghosty says maybe in a next episode I can call in to discuss the difference between being interested in politics out of a sense of egoism and being interested in politics out of a sense of altruism. Okay. Yeah, that's something we could talk about. And we could I don't know if you're open to talking about it today. I'm open to talking about that today as well. So you can let me know. I don't necessarily have an order in mind. So, like as between you and Jason, if you were both interested in calling in, but let me know if you are interested in calling in today, and maybe we can do it today as well. And I know you're in the Netherlands, so it's much later for you. I don't know, maybe it's too late for you now. Um, I would definitely understand. But anyways, yeah, if we don't get to it today, we could talk about it another time. All right, I'm going to write here in the chat on break, back. Now it's currently 4:20 p.m. Pacific, so by the time I finish talking, it'll probably be 4:21. So 10 minutes from that would be 4:31. So how about I say back by about 4:31 p.m. Pacific. Okay, I just put that in the chat. So now I'm going to turn off my mic and take a break. All right, so have a good break, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the likes, subscribes, and see you in a bit. I am back. I need to change my name back. I see Jason has just called into the waiting room on Zoom. All right, let me just do a couple things here first before I get to Jason. I need to change my name back. And I just got in the mail a envelope from Google. So in order to get paid, they have to verify your address. And um, there's a threshold of $10. Like I don't think they try to verify your address until you at least get $10, but I'm well above that now. I got more than that just today, I think. So once you get at least $10 in contributions, whether it's through super chats or super stickers, um, you verify your address with Google, and they send you something in the mail. And then there's some kind of PIN code or something that you have to put into the website to confirm that, so they know that you got it. And after that, there's another threshold. Once you raise at least $100 total, then they will actually start sending you money. Not necessarily through the mail, although I guess that's one possibility. They can send you checks in the mail, or they could do direct deposit. Um, but they do have to at least verify your address before they start sending you money. So I just got the letter in the mail. Maybe I can show you. I'll cover up the addresses, but you can see I gotta hold this differently. There, I think that'll work. There's my letter from Google. You can see, yeah, at the top at least. But that's cool. Let's see. That's the first time I actually got something, a physical piece of mail from Google. I'll open it later. Okay. All right, let me see if there's any new chats that came in. Oh, Jason says he's getting set up. Augusti says he will call in about that in the next episode, and I gave him a thumbs up. All right. Sounds good. Okay. So let me just make sure I have my Zooms. Oh, I just got a super chat from Steve Henderson. I think that Steve H. Awesome. Thank you. He says, congratulations on getting to 1,000 subscribers. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. Let me share that on my screen. I think this might be first time I've seen you here in my chat. Welcome. Oh, I gotta pop this out. Pop out the chat. Okay. There we go. And now I just need to share that. All right, so there is Steve Henderson's chat. I'm going to reply to this. Hopefully, I can do it quick enough. Because if you don't do it fast enough, you can't do a reply. But I'm just going to say thank you, Steve. Um, Welcome to my channel. As a chatter. I guess he already knew about my channel, but I think this is the first time I've seen him as a chatter. So in a super chat, not just a regular chat. So I can add that as well as an extra thing to welcome him as. All right, did that show up? Yes. Yeah, so that's the first time I've actually oh yeah, let me also give it a heart and a thumbs up. That's the first time I've actually replied to someone through their message, right? So you have a few minutes. I don't know exactly how long it does you have. Maybe it depends on the amount, but you have a few minutes to reply to a super chat and then have this tag show up as part of your reply. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. All right. And maybe I can start a new goal here too. So, I had a goal of getting 5 super chats over the course of 2 hours, which I did if we include the stickers as well as the super chats that came in before I set this goal up. Um, so let me, I think I'll start another goal and I'll include Steve's in my next goal. So let me start another goal. Let's say, maybe I'll do 5 super chats again, and I will let all the colors count. And I'll set a timer. Let's say, how about 3 hours? 3 hours. And I'm going to count Steve's as one. So I just need 4 more super chats over the next 3 hours in order to hit that goal. Let's see. So, and I'll say, let's see, how will I celebrate? Oh, I guess that that commits me to doing 3 more hours of live streaming. If I'm going to set a 3 hour goal, and I have done streams that long. Gosh. So last time when I said if I hit the goal, I will go another hour. So if I have 3 hours to hit the goal, and then and then I celebrate by doing another hour, that would mean I have to do at least 4 more hours. Do I want to commit to that much? Um, I guess I could just edit edit a video if I need to, if I don't have other material. Let's see. The only option they have is 1 to 5. You can't like change it to 3. Um, I don't know. I have to think about, or I could do something other than celebrate by going for another hour. Or I could just leave this blank. I don't know if I have to put something there. Or maybe I could do another half hour. Maybe that's a smaller. How about that? I'll do another half hour. If I get 5 super chats in the next 3 hours, I'll do another half hour after that. I'll do another half hour of stream today. Okay. So I guess I'm committing myself to doing at least 3 hours, maybe 3.5 hours from this point if I hit the goal. All right, I'm going to do it. Hopefully my voice will survive. Okay, I just started the goal. And remember, I'm including Steve's as already one of these. So I just need 4 more. And they can be either stickers or super chats. And I'm going to count them, even if YouTube does not count them. So if I get 4 stickers, then that would count, for example. Steve says, hopefully everybody can join me in congratulating Dan and contribute what you can. I can't call in right now, but I'm listening. Your drive to make this successful is inspiring. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. Alrighty. So yeah, I do want to make this successful, promote Ayn Rand's ideas to the world. I think it's a worthy cause. So thanks to you all for helping make it possible in various ways by contributing money, by subscribing, sharing, commenting, spreading the word. All right, let me get to Jason's call. I just need to make sure I have my Zoom settings correct. Oh, and I want to change this to live chat. Okay. Okay, let's stop the screen share for at least now. Maybe I often take notes when I have a call, and maybe I'll do that again with Jason. I'll bring up my notepad and share that because it helps me keep track of things so I don't have to hold it all in my head. Okay. All right. I think I got my settings correct. So let me admit Jason. Says he's joining. Hello. Oh, he's muted. And I have to change my AirPod too because I think my AirPod died. All right. Got my fresh AirPod in and says Jason is muted and he should have the power to unmute himself. Maybe he stepped away for a bit.
No,
Oh,
I'm here. I'm here.
oh, okay.
Can you hear
Now
me?
I see you. I see you and I hear you now.
All right. Well, good. Good to see you.
Yeah, welcome back.
So, yeah, you were talking the other day about the taxes, and I had to drop out. I don't know how the conversation went, but you'd had a poll, and you were talking about they shouldn't exist, I think is how it started.
Oh yeah, that was the title of my last stream. At least my first draft of the title. I usually change it afterwards, but yeah, before my stream started, I titled my last stream "Taxes Shouldn't Exist," and I also said something about collectivism is evil.
Yeah.
Your life is belongs to you, and my life belongs to me. I think that was the title.
How did that resolve itself? Taxes should exist or shouldn't exist? What did you decide in the end?
Oh, just a second. I got this software message that popped up on my screen. Let me just take care of that. See if I can get rid of that. Okay. This can remind me of that later. We didn't really talk much about that. There was one person who did say something about that, but it turned out to be a person that I blocked because I thought it was a troll,
Yeah, I
someone who
think I
was
remember.
using a sock puppet account who went by the name Dan Norton, actually.
Yeah.
So I would have been happy to talk about that more, but I ended up blocking that person. So I don't think we discussed it much. But if I were to discuss that, I would have argued that, well, as I said in the title, taxes shouldn't exist. And I would say the reasoning is because they are coercive and it's immoral to coerce people. That is, if we understand taxes as being the government coercing you to give away some of your property to them. since I oppose coercion, I would oppose taxes. So that would be my argument in a nutshell, but
All
we
right.
can
Well,
definitely get into
it-
that some more.
I'm I don't know that the word tax necessarily means that. I just think it means it's something you have to pay to the government, and you know that we have certain things we want the government to do. It's a moral good. Um, I don't want people to believe that they're going to have capitalism and not have that, responsibility to pay something when asked. I also think it'll be a long transition, and you'll see pockets of capitalism here and there, and maybe a new city would have a different way of operating, but old cities might still be bound by what we call a road tax. I don't think it makes sense to call it user fees. And we could talk about the example too with the FAA. What does it say? Okay, that's a
Yeah, I just pulled up a definition of tax, and the first one it gives says a compulsory contribution to state revenue levied by the governments on workers' income and business profits, or added to the cost of some goods, services, and transactions. So the compulsory, that's the key part that would make me object to taxes.
Do you think
But
user fees is good? You're a user of what? You're a user of the courts and you have to pay a fee. Does that have a nice ring to it? But
well, user fees, I think there's an implication that it's voluntary and not compulsory. So I wouldn't object. I mean, if that's right, then I would not object to such things as use fees. But I don't think of the government as providing fee for service, at least when it comes to something like the police or the military.
Mhm.
I don't think it's the case that in order to benefit from those services, you should have to contribute. You could be a free rider. I don't think it's good necessarily to be a free rider, but I think it's something you
Yeah,
should be able to do.
yeah. I mean, yeah, I think contracts would be the most basic thing there, and you'd probably always want to have that. I'm going to call it a tax for argument's sake because you want to go to the courts, but user fee to go there. And Ayn Rand wrote about how that could be there. I mean, you could go to a flea market and do something as is. It's always an option, but if you wanted to pay the tax, the voluntary tax, I think it might have been called, on a contract. But if you're flying an airplane, that gets a little dicey. You've got an airplane company that's secured a route and paid for it. I get the FAA would be maybe a private entity. I think they've tried that in Canada, so I'm not too worried about an FAA fee for all the air traffic controllers that have to be there coordinating with other airlines too. It's a thing, but the route itself has been secured by I want to say a tax, uh, and you're probably bound if you're going to fly. You don't have to fly, of course, that's an option to pay that in the event of a dispute or that kind of contract right to the courts for that airplane. Unlike a handshake deal where we could go to a flea market, I don't think you're going to have airplanes flying that aren't on a route that they have bought. I don't know what the rules could, maybe there's some places they can fly and do for crop dusting, or there's some rules for that. But, a commercial plane would have to have secured its route and I think a tax would be paid. I don't think it's much. I don't think we should fool people to say, it's like we're going to have capitalism and you're going to have taxes, but they're going to be voluntary and we're going to have a government that does what we want. And, you know, I think it will be a long time to get there, and then maybe you could find a better word for taxes. And as Yaron says, the emphasis is on spending. Government spends so wildly now. Taxes are okay what they are now, actually. So they should just stop spending.
All right, I made a note here next to tax
Yeah,
that says voluntary. That's how you're understanding it, at
yeah,
least. And I think I have heard it used in some contexts that way. So if we take tax to be, there could be an understanding of tax as just a contribution to the government.
yep.
And then within that, you could divide it into voluntary contributions and involuntary contributions. So I guess if we are defining tax in this way, just a contribution to the government, that doesn't yet settle the issue of whether it's voluntary or involuntary. So you might say some taxes are voluntary, some contributions to the government are voluntary, and some are not. And you could call both of them taxes, but one there would be voluntary taxes and involuntary taxes.
One could
Um,
really make the case in a time of war, a serious threat like World War II, they impose a war bond or a war tax, and I mean they could also draft people, and all of that goes against what we believe is objectivists. And one could argue, don't pay the tax and don't go when you're drafted and let the country fold because it's not worth fighting for under those kind of rules. But that's for being conscripted for your life and drafted. I think it might be the case that businesses operating in wartime and you would have an involuntary tax, still trying to be have capitalism. As I've understood it, the rules can go off when there's a real, like, war, not a made up war on something, but an invasion. And so that could be an involuntary tax, capitalism suspended.
oh, in wartime, there could be an
Yeah.
involuntary tax. That's what you're saying, and
Yeah.
that would be legitimate.
And I think Ayn Rand spoke of something about that. I don't know. I don't want to misquote her. I think she spoke of war bonds, at least going into war debt. So maybe it's a bond, which is kind of like if you think you take on the debt and the government has to pay it. But you want to balance your books otherwise, right? But you don't want to go into debt. It's a question. I mean, I don't know how involuntary it is. It's you can leave, I guess, if you don't want to pay it, or join the invading forces. I don't know what your choices are.
Okay. I haven't thought much about that specific case. Like, should there be or could there be legitimately contributions that you were compelled to make during a time of war? I'm not convinced of that.
I go ahead.
Just like I'm not convinced that there should be a draft. I would oppose the draft, and I see um, involuntary contributions as just a lesser form of a draft. Like you're not your whole life isn't being drafted away, but part of your property is against
Yeah.
your will.
Yeah.
But
I
the
mean,
key thing is that it's against your will, and I object to it on those grounds.
a war is suspension anyway of capitalism. So I don't, it's not like it's any right or wrong to that. It's a metaphysical existent, I mean, one could argue too, if we really had proof an asteroid was coming towards us and this is a real thing, do what you would do. I mean, this is an emergency thing and it's a metaphysical thing. And I mean, you don't have any choice. You take all the resources you can to fight off something. But it's a lifeboat thing, and it's not how we decide day to day. So day to day, we're going around and we're entering into contracts. We're flying on airplanes. We're using roads that who knows how long it would take to be privatized. I don't, maybe the new cities, like I said, would be that. But that's something you use. But you talked about the police, and there's ways to fund that with a lottery, Ayn Rand mentioned, or something. But I have a kind of an idea, and I've heard this from other objectivists. Walmart would be paying probably the bulk of the police. They're the ones who are worried about shoplifters. So, if, the free riders would be, people who don't want to pay it and could. And I think Yaron Brook had mentioned putting them on a list. And, it's like maybe we don't want you to shop here because you're too much of a free rider. Do you consider that compulsory if that was the way it was handled? At
No,
least,
that sounds voluntary to me. Walmart is a private business and you are free to shop there or not. And if they have certain terms for the people they want to do business with, such as you have to be a contributor to the government,
yeah.
I think it's perfectly within their rights to insist on that.
And the government making the list and using the data, I don't think that violates the Fourth Amendment or anything too wild. It's we ask people to pay the tax. And I think even companies might compete too and say, hey, shop with us and we'll give you a rebate to pay your taxes. I mean, they give plenty of rebates and things anyway, even with taxes. So if taxes were something that had to be paid and people want to pay their taxes because they have a good government, People want, I mean, that's kind of where I'm going. People want to pay their taxes because they have a good government is kind of the reason I want to keep the term, but I'm happy to take a new term. I don't know, user fees is who made me a user of the
Well,
courts
how about just
fee?
donations or voluntary contributions?
Yeah, it's possible. I think it'd be so far off that it's best to it's better not to go for this. There's no taxes in capitalism. A better message is we need to reduce spending for now and have flatter, fair taxes and ultimately try to make them voluntary to the point where they're insignificant. Because when you're talking to people, they don't even know how that's going to happen. And I could see it happening in phases, but other people won't. And what do you mean? They'll laugh you out the door for saying no taxes, and so you got to acknowledge that there are even in these rare cases, war and then these fees. So I think you should explain it to people like that if,
Yeah, there's it is often met with ridicule, this idea that there shouldn't be taxes. Just a day or two ago, I was saying something. Well, I wasn't saying taxes specifically, but I said there should be no welfare.
yeah,
And someone he became uncivil, and I eventually ended up blocking him or her. I don't know. Actually, maybe it might have been a female. Um, and I mean, I'm not saying it was justified that people are um, that they resort to incivility if you raise certain ideas, but it is something that happens,
yeah,
and I have things to say in reply. But people need to show a certain measure of civility if I'm going to get to those. They can't just be rude out of the gates and expect me to have a discussion with them. But it does. One thing I think does help make the case for there shouldn't be taxes is that the government needs to be vastly restricted in what it does. Like, I don't think we could have a society like the US has today without taxes
yeah,
if that includes a program like Social Security or Medicare. Um, I don't think people would voluntarily sign up for programs like that or contribute enough to have programs like this. Um, but if you say, well, the government doesn't, we don't have to raise trillions of dollars to fund programs like Social Security, there aren't going to be such programs. All there's going to be
yeah.
is the police, military, and the courts. So it's a vastly smaller budget that you need. There's a vastly smaller range of things that you need funding for. And even those three things, police, military, and courts, I think what they would look like is much different than they look like today. Like, for instance, today we've got this massive war on drugs, and a lot of people who are in jail are there on drug crimes, but there wouldn't be any drug crimes in a laissez-faire capitalist society. Drugs would be legal. Um, so a lot of what the police does and a lot of what the funding of police goes to just wouldn't be a thing in the sort of society that I envision. And as for the military, a lot of what it does, it wouldn't be doing in a laissez-faire capitalist society. Like, we wouldn't engage in wars of nation building in Afghanistan, for instance, and spend 2 decades there. We would go in, destroy the enemy, and get out.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, and then if people realize how different things would be, how different the government would be, and how scaled down it would be in its function, then I think they could start to see more likely how it could be reasonable that we would have a voluntary system of funding the government.
But they'll argue that we were able to do all this because we were taxed, and okay, maybe the military could be brought down. Maybe the Social Security, taking to a broader question, like taxes as a term will exist. Social Security is evil, but does it help to change it? If I could get rid of it by saying, thank you, Social Security, for serving your function. I understand that's what happened. Now we need to privatize it into something very simple and just acknowledge that it happened because it has happened. That's what we as a society allowed to have happen, and it's maintained itself, and it's not right. It's a socialized pension, and pensions can exist anyway without being socialized. There's evidence of that. Now we have to privatize it. Okay, does it bother how I don't know. It's just like let's just privatize it and not argue too much. It was necessary when it was necessary, and now we're done with it. I don't know if that gets things rolling on the politics of it because it takes political will to get these things done. Why argue? Just okay, now we're done. My question to Bernie Sanders, who always wants to save it and make the rich pay for it, is: does he want to be doing this forever? Uh, does he really think like mankind in 20 whatever next century it has to be dependent like this? I mean, he's trying to fix something now. If I ever got a question to somebody like that, it's really, how long do you need to be doing this? It's why are you doing this? But nobody asks that question. That's
There's I think there might always be this concern that is raised. Well, what about the poor? What about the people who
yeah,
can't take care of themselves? Like, so maybe he would think Bernie Sanders would say, well, we always have to have a system like this.
yeah,
Um, but I think, well, there's maybe a couple things to say about that. One is I think the amount of people who cannot support themselves is vastly smaller than is often taken to be. Like, I think there's very few people. I mean, we're talking like a fraction of 1%, probably well under 1%, who can do nothing to support themselves. And so, if someone like, I mean, if we're talking about like paraplegic people or maybe people with some very severe disease, multiple sclerosis. I don't know if that's a good example, but the people who can't do anything to sustain themselves, I think, is tiny. Maybe it's like 0.001% or something. It's not like millions of people who are
no,
on Social Security and Medicaid and welfare. So the vast majority of people who are getting money from the government, I don't think need to be. They could be supporting themselves, and I think it's denying them agency and responsibility
yeah,
to say that they can't take care of themselves. And for the very tiny fraction of a percent of people who can't take care of themselves, I think they'll just need to rely on voluntary charity.
yeah. No, it hurts the ambitious poor. A lot of this is what Yaron said, and I agree. If you're ambitious and you're poor, and they have minimum wages, and oh, yeah, but maybe I'm mixing it up, but you know, I think in Europe, I don't know if they have a minimum wage or they just have welfare so high that you wouldn't work if you didn't get the welfare. Kind of solves the problem, makes it efficient. Why work for if you're gonna get 1,000 euros a month anyway without working? So that's one way to go around it for Europe. Who doesn't speak?
That's sounds like the well, I don't know how it works
Yeah,
in Europe. I mean, I have heard that it's a more efficient kind
yeah,
of welfare system. But you used to live in Europe, right? So
yeah.
you were in
Prague,
Czechoslovakia or
Prague.
yeah, Prague, Czech Republic. So I don't know do you know what kind of system they had in terms of like welfare or social security or
Yeah, well, we have all health care, so there's, it's going to be for everybody. So that kind of gets rid of all
so
the
they have
money going.
universal health care? It was a,
Yeah. It's not much different from the state of Washington, to my surprise, to tell people when I go back, there's three companies. If you're in a certain range, I'm sorry, I need to clarify. Here it's through the employer, but basically there's three companies, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You go with one of the companies your employer has, and it's 5% for me and 5% for the employer. And you have some health care, and you have a better, I think Yaron did a show on this too, more private options there. So I think it's kind of like a prison level healthcare. You wait in line. I've hardly used it. My kids used it, and it's nice that a broken arm, I think when he was skating, is not too wild. Shouldn't be too wild anyway. It's a process, but no, it was actually free. I'm sorry. I mean, it was totally free if you just don't count the money that came out of my check, which quite a bit. I made quite a bit as a programmer. So I looked at all my friends and said, I'm paying for a room of 15 people, probably. at those rates. It's
So
Czech.
it's 5%. Like in the US, I think it's 6.25% contributed by employers, and then another 6.25% by the employee, or something close to that. I think that's for
Yep.
Social Security, but then there's another like 2 something percent for Medicare, uh, paid by the employer, and 2 something percent paid by the employee. And in Prague, or Czech Republic, it's
Prague.
5% from each side.
I'm saying roughly. Then I can let me just check. I can let me hang on just a second. But yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, and there's social contributions, but that is a specific. See that there's social is one thing. I don't know the exact numbers. My point here is healthcare is its own thing, and it's not Medicare for when you're old. It's available to you now, and it's 5% and 5%. That's universal health care, and it's handled by three companies that are pretty much state run or state. I don't know how they call them companies,
Hmm.
but I know the name VZP, OZP, and then another one, and we could
So,
ask
so
that.
it's maybe the companies are not. So it's not totally run by the government. There are some.
Yeah,
Would you say these are private companies that are maybe, I don't know, contracted with the government, or just
yeah,
doing the
but
government's bidding?
you would first of all in Europe, it's weird when we come back and see all these ads on the television for drugs and stuff. There's none of that, and so these companies aren't even advertised much. I don't. I think I should ask ChatGPT to explain what the healthcare companies do there. I think they're just entities to divide the work, and they might as well be government because they just serve the
Mhm.
purpose of getting you to the state hospitals, and then yeah, right.
Okay.
You wait. I had a colon, whatever you do when you're 55, and about 6, 8 week wait to get on there. And then I went to a place and it was fine. But it was healthcare tax and check. I can look it up.
All right. I'm taking a look at my notes and the chat. It looks like I haven't gotten any new chats here. Let me see.
So I was wrong. Employee pays 4.5 and the employer pays 9. And if you're self-employed, you just like here, you have the pleasure of paying it all yourself at 13.5%, according to ChatGPT.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess you also pay it all yourself if you're an independent contractor in the US,
Yeah.
as I am. So I guess it ends up being like 15%, something around there.
I'll
Okay.
ask it briefly about public health care isn't run by private insurance companies in the way of the US. They collect the mandatory contributions. I mean, so I'm seeing a list of them. I'm trying to, I mean, their function is to collect the mandatory 13.5 that we have to pay and then contract with doctors and hospitals, which are all going to be governed. I don't. But what does my insurance company in Washington do? There's an insurance commissioner here. There's three companies. There's three kinds of plans. I pick the cheap one that gives me a subsidy because I keep my salary, I'll be around 40,000, which was about what I made in the Czech Republic per year. And yeah, so with that in mind, it's about the same. You get the subsidy. It's $1 a month for the health care. Here, there's different kinds in Washington. And here I have a deductible. I chose that option. See, that's the difference. Then I would have to pay the deductible first before I wanted any care in Washington. I'd have to pay the first $6,000 out of my pocket. But my policy is only like a couple bucks a month at my current salary and things. So in Prague, I'd be paying that percent, whether I go to the doctor or not. That's kind of
Hmm.
a difference. You see, that's how I've tried to explain it. There, I hardly went. I paid it each month and didn't go. Here, I got something through, maybe I'm lucky. I don't know. Each state is by state, and I came here. I wanted to have something. I mean, truth is, I'm a medical tourist. With my residencies. I'll go where I need to go, and I've paid over there. I'll probably use a private doctor in Europe and just hop on a plane if I need to look at something. I have it here for emergencies. That's
I was just thinking of insurance when you said you pay for something, but you don't use it much, you hardly go.
yeah.
That's, I mean, that's, I guess ideally the scenario you would be in. Like you get insurance, but you don't want to have to, like car insurance, for instance. Like you don't want to get in an accident, but you have the insurance in case you do need it. And likewise with health, it's it can give you peace of mind to have insurance in case something does happen, but you don't want to have to use it. Um,
Two times I felt like I wanted something and the fine print says I don't qualify. So once was when my house flooded. I didn't take care of my pipes. Nothing I could have done. I don't think there's anything I could have bought. I tried to look into it. You don't take care of your pipes and it freezes, that's on you. There's no insurance policy possible for you. And I had a water bill and everything. And then the other time in Prague, I really had a painful tooth, and they would, it was like so painful. Well, dentist is separate. To be fair, there's some dentist is slightly subsidized. Generally, it's cheaper. This tooth was at the point where it's almost medical. And then I went there, and they said take on the line. There was a huge line, and it was around noon. They said around 7 we can extract the tooth for you. That's what I paid for the tooth. But I went to my private dentist and was very happy to give her $100, and she solved it without extracting it and pulled the nerve out quickly and was available for me. So I do thank her and her private business.
oh, that's nice. So you've got a government healthcare option and then a private healthcare option, or at least for
Yeah,
dentistry, at least maybe a
it's for others
government.
too. It's for
Uh,
others. I know people have had real bad things. If they can, they afford to the States. I do know one person who's well-to-do. He had cancer, and he actually helped translate, at least with funding, Ayn Rand, Atlas Shrugged into Czech language. So he funded that, and he had a telecom company. But he had eye cancer. He went to the Mayo Clinic because, of course, he's a millionaire. He's gonna, he can afford to. So, um, and I know other people in my office who like, I ain't going to wait in line like that. I got the reasonable price. And Yaron had a show on that earlier this week.
oh yeah, that's right. He had some doctors on, or I guess they were, or at least one doctor, and one was a philosophy PhD, Ray,
Yeah.
and then Colleen Smith was the physician, and Jared Rhodes. I haven't heard that show, but I do want to hear that. Um,
So here's what I got for Czech healthcare. Czech healthcare is funded through mandatory public insurance contributions rather than private insurances like the US. There are several public health insurance funds, then they list the abbreviations, about seven. They that collect contributions and pay doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies for care. Basic coverage is defined by law and is essential the same across all insurers, with difference mainly in customer service and small preventive bonus programs. So that's how these companies would differ. The seven ones, they're allowed to have some things there. I also noticed in pharmacies that they would try and always not give me normal aspirin. I think they were incentivized to give me some, I don't know, to overpriced kind of, what's the word, homeopathic Iceland moose once. I went in there for something. It seemed like every time I'd ask the pharmacist, and it's normal you can ask a pharmacist there what you have, and they kind of talk to you a little bit more than needing a prescription. There are things that you need with prescription, and then sometimes it's paid by the healthcare, but they would talk to you about it. And it seemed like every time I said something, it was never like aspirin or a normal thing. It was like they had these homeopathic things they would try and push on me until I said no. And then I took, it was all kind of a generic name for Mucoslav. It's like your Robitussin, and I don't know. And
I'm
that
curious
stuff,
what the
go ahead.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
That kind of stuff there, like a normal cough medicine, I take some with me, like Robitussin, because that seems like very expensive there too. I just pointing that out. The over-the-counter stuff we can get here for sniffles, it seems pricey there.
I was just wondering about wait times because I know when you make a good free, then that increases the demand for it, but that also increases wait times. And this is something I've heard happens in systems where you have socialized medicine. Like everyone gets free healthcare, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're getting very good quality healthcare or getting it fast. because if it's all free and then you just have a huge amount of demand for it, then maybe you have very long wait times. So I'm curious in your experience, it was like, like if I don't know to what extent the Czech uh, health system would you say is socialized, but what sort of wait times were there? Did you have very long wait times, or could you get quick service, or do you need to go to a private physician if you want quick service? Any thoughts on any of that?
Yeah, I think for something serious, my friends who went would always and worked in programming, and we probably made well money, maybe double the average there, would go to a private doctor. And the one time I only went was with the tooth. And yeah, I explained that. That was a long wait and come back and only one option. And then for a colon, whatever you get checked out, seemed like there was about a 6 month wait or something. It seemed like a long wait. And a prostate one too. And I never got to it and I missed it. I dreaded calling them because my check wasn't well. They didn't have any automated system. But I find here in Washington, neither do they. They kind of like say you have to go do this, now go over here and go figure it out. You'd figure if it was social and efficient, they would they'd have it all connected through a computer system, and then that person I'm talking to would get me to a specialist. I wanted a sonar for a lump, which has wound up to be fine, but they wanted me to get a sonar, and then just gave me a list of people to call. I wound up paying for a private one to check that out, and yeah, when I called, I got this is only for women, and my check wasn't good enough. I know sonars are usually for women and all sorts of things. It's like you left me to go call these people to get a sonar. Thank you, free doctor. Now I call and get in line, and there were like waits to go to. So I just paid $80 to check it out. It was just ingrown hair, but it was lumpy and yeah. So it's so I thought that was not just a good experience. But I haven't done much here. But from what I gather here with my mom, yeah, the GP will say go find somebody in Seattle, and then give you a list, and then you got to call and kind of get in there. Still, I don't know. I don't know that them sending you always get you in, or it says you can get in, and then you wait to get in for something special. You know?
So it was, did you say it was a 6 month wait to get
Yeah,
the colonoscopy?
yeah, that was definitely 6 months for that, and the
And that was through the government
yeah.
healthcare system?
And I wound up, yeah, and I wound up going to a Saint something. It was Catholics. There were a lot of nuns there. The hospital was obviously a Catholic hospital where they performed the thing. So, but it's one of the better ones in town. There's a Catholic Saint Mary's of something, but or Saint something.
So if you wanted to get that done, like a colonoscopy at a private physician,
Yeah.
is that something you could do? And how long would that take?
Now you could probably make. I felt so nice when I did the sonar, and the calls for that were 4 weeks or 6 weeks. Um, I don't know. I felt nice and I would do it just on principle. But I got my sonar next week. I had an appointment. I felt like I was going into Europe and like a James Bond almost. It was welcome, Mr. Adams, to your to your medical concierge, and I was paying. This wasn't possible before I came into some money later. But yeah, when I lived there, I'd wait in line probably. But now I will travel and. Mexico has private doctors too, and I've used their dentists. They're pretty good actually, if you find a good one. So
So there
try.
is that old saying, you get what you pay for. So if it's free, then you might not be getting fast service, and if it's not free, then you will get faster service, possibly.
I had a girlfriend in Singapore. I think it's pretty private in Singapore, and she had very reasonable costs, maybe 25, $30 to go to a doctor. I'd got I think I got a vaccine because I wanted to travel more into Asia, and that was handled. But I can't count Singapore because I was like on an expat corporate special insurance for somebody they send over. But so, and I didn't have much experience, but my understanding is it's low taxes and mostly private with some safety net for people, but not talking about housing.
All right. Just taking a look back at the chats. Don't see any new ones. All right. Um, okay, well, thanks for coming on. Is there anything else you wanted to discuss while you're up here?
No, I'll look for your show on Sunday or with the ethics, and I'll let you know. I'm going to be traveling. I don't know if I'll get to a show on 20. You want to do $25 for Monday? Let me see how I feel. I'm going to be in travel mode, to be honest, and getting ready to go on the plane the next day early. So, and
Okay.
one of the I don't know if you caught the message because I went for lunch, but you know you're 1,003 subscriber. That was my business account. I put that
Oh,
in text. I don't know if it appears. Yeah. So that was you were talking about that. I wonder if you can see who it is. Can you see who it is?
let me take a look.
I'm
Yes,
curious.
sometimes if I look in certain places, it will tell me. So I'm looking in my on my phone app. Let me see if I see anything there. Channel. See your subscribers. Oh, actually, now I see Cudababa.
He went off and on at the same time. Yeah. He
Okay,
subscribed.
yeah, I didn't see him in my list at all before, but now I do see him. He's my most recent subscriber because I guess he was the one who unsubscribed and then resubscribed to so he could see the counter go up and down. But yeah, I think I see yours now. Prague Tiki.
Prague,
It's
Prague Tiki.
Prague Tiki.
Yeah. Yeah, that all
Yeah.
right. So you do see who it is. That's cool. Yeah, there's nothing much on that site. It's but yeah, that's my
Yeah, so I guess you have your subscription set to public. Otherwise, I wouldn't see
okay.
that. And I think a lot of people they don't know whether their subscriptions are set to private or public. But yeah, there it is. Thanks for subscribing on, I guess, on
Again,
multiple accounts.
I have that too where I can send different currencies. I don't know what makes it trigger. I think when I go to Prague, if I can send you a donation, it'll be in Czech crowns. So you might see some of those come your way. We'll see. I can manipulate it sometimes through a proxy, but I tried
Uh-huh.
that with the Prague Tiki, and then I was going to send it, and I got too busy. So we'll see when I'm there.
All right, sounds good.
All right. Talk to you later. Have a good
All
one.
right, bye-bye. All right. Thanks for calling in, Jason. Give my voice some rest. Have somebody else doing some of the talking. All right, let me come back to the chats and we got a lull here. I guess that often happens when I have a break and then sometimes when I have a call as well. But I'm still here and I committed to doing 3 hours more because I set a new goal here in the super chat. Let me share that chat window again. Why is it giving me two different chat windows? I'm going to close one of them. Okay. Florida Neck just appeared back in the chat. He says, it's interesting to hear about it from a person with real experience. What's his channel's name? I want to see the Tiki bar. Well, Jason has, I guess, a couple channels. One is up here, which you can see at Jason Adams hyphen objectivists MAT 3550. So if you go to youtube.com/ at what I just read there, then you can check out his channel. I don't know if he has anything related to his Tiki bar there or on his other channel, the one I just mentioned. He subscribed on Prague Tiki. Um, it looks like the at is a different name there. Like It's not at Prague Tiki, it's at something else. I don't know if Jason wants me to read out what that is, but if he tells me I should do that, I'll do it. Um, but he does have a Tiki bar, its own website, and I shared it on screen. I think if you just Google Tiki Bar Prague, actually, I think there was probably some other keyword. Tiki Taki Bar, I think that's the one. Maybe if I add Jason's name in the search bar, I don't know if that'll help. Oh yeah, it looks like that is the one because I see there's some review of it here. So if you look up Tiki Taki, Tiki space Taky, you'll find it. Where's the website? I think is it this one? Oh yeah, I think it's this one. Okay, I shared it on the screen. Tiki Taki Bar. So Jason runs this place, or maybe there might be someone else who runs it because Jason lives in the U.S. now, but I guess he goes back there to visit sometimes. Oh, he says Prague Tiki ain't much of a YouTube channel. Prague Tiki should come up. Thanks. All right, so I think we've got the he's got the name now and the URL, so he can look into it some more. That's cool, says Nick. Mhm. All right, so I set up this new goal for super chats, but I'm also including super stickers of 5 in the next 3 hours. It's already been 48 minutes, and I'm counting Steve's here. So I'm assuming I already got one towards that goal of 5 because of Steve's, which came in shortly before I set this goal up. Why does this keep flickering? Um, so hopefully I'll get some more super chats or super stickers. I'm going to count those as well, even if YouTube doesn't up here. And the next 2 hours, the goal is to get 4 more in any amounts. It could be 99 cents, 99 cents, $99. That would be a record. The highest super chat I've ever gotten is $20. Cudababa says, I've seen that same flickering in Yaron's chat room. Yeah, for some reason, the like button, when you click on the like, it goes crazy. Sometimes at least. I'm trying to see it on my phone. Yeah, it's still doing that. I wonder if I refresh it, if it'll stabilize. Let me see if that helps. Now it's stable. See, it's okay. And it's at 5. I wasn't sure I had given it a like, so I hit it again. So now it's acting stable. Okay. All right. So what's next? I'm going to go look at my list of notes, look at my backup topics. But remember, I committed to doing at least 3 hours to see if I can hit that next super chat goal. So, and it's already been almost an hour. So I'm going to be here for at least 2 more hours. And if we hit the goal, I'll be here for 2.5 hours because I said that would be the way I celebrate. I'll do another half hour. So we got a lot of time here. So you can take advantage of that by mentioning a topic. All right, we're up to 12 likes now. Nice. Thank you. Okay, so I can show you my Facebook post, but that's pretty much just it's just about my subscribers. That's actually well, I will do that actually. I'm going to show you my that's what helped me get up to 1,000 in the last 3 days. There was a last big push on Facebook, and I thought that might help get me to 1,000, and it definitely did. So I'll show you the posts from oh, it's 2 days ago, January 20th. There it is. It says I now have 987 subscribers on YouTube. Want to help me reach 1,000 and beyond? Link is in comment. Thanks. And then I put my link here to my YouTube channel, and I got some people who signed up shortly after I posted this. So over the next course of the course of the next 2 days, I got up to 1,000. I was at exactly 1,000 uh, as of as of 12:32 a.m. today. Um, so I got 13 subscribers in the last couple days, thanks in large part to this Facebook post. So thanks to all of you who subscribed recently. I wonder if any of you are here now who just saw this post on Facebook and signed up or subscribed after seeing this post. I have some music that went along with it, which I like, but I don't know if I should play it because last time I tried to play it, it looped and it created this you couldn't really hear it well, and I eventually had to re-upload the entire live stream because I think the audio was there's a problem with the audio due to playing the music here. So I think I'm not going to try to play it, but it's got a motivational, inspirational kind of feel to it, which I quite liked. So if you want to hear it, you can go to my YouTube channel. This is a public post, so I don't even if you're not connected with me on Facebook, you can still go to my channel, uh, dan.norton.1428. I think that's a pretty random number. I'm not sure how I got that uh, number associated with my account. But if you search for that Dan Norton, you can find my account. And then this is, I guess, the second to most recent post on my Facebook page. And then you can just click this um, speaker icon if you want to hear the music that goes along with it. And I also did a Facebook post back in August, which helped me get a lot more subscribers. So I think I've gotten most of the low-hanging fruit from my Facebook audience in terms of who's going to subscribe. There might still be some, and I might do some more posts, but there's going to be probably fewer each time I do that because I'm mining same field. So I got to go out to new audiences to keep on getting more subscribers and work my way up to 2,000. Okay. All right. So should I start editing my video? Should I go to my editing project? Or do you all have some topics you want me to talk about now? I don't see any new chats, so I think if I don't see any new chats, I'm just going to go work on my editing project and start preparing a video for publication. I guess I'll continue with the one I was doing last time, but I encourage you to participate in the chat at any time, and I will give that priority. The video project is just it's just a backup. If I don't have new chats or calls coming in, I want to give you all priority for being here live. I appreciate that. Um, but if you don't have chats or calls, then I got to do something else. Nick says I'm fine with that. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to do that then, and I will check back every once in a while. I don't know, maybe every few minutes, and see if there are any new chats or calls. All right. So I was working on the clip where I talk about the my reasons for not calling back into the Sam Seder show in the conditions under which I might call back in to the Majority Report. That's the name of his show. So last time I started working on this, I was identifying the beginning and the end points of the clip and listening for any irrelevant material in the segment to cut out. So, and I created a new Google Doc to keep track of all this. So let me pull that back up. Where's that file? Ah, here it is. All right, so the segments, I'll share this. So this was my last call to the Majority Report, my seventh call. And we talked about Ayn Rand, Social Security, hypocrisy, like is she hypocritical for taking Social Security? Smears, was he smearing her? And then this other video is a live stream I did, and during this video, the moderator from the Majority Report, the guy who moderates their YouTube chat, or at least one of the moderators, he came into my chat and he asked me if I would be interested in debating Sam Seder. So the place where I answer his question about whether I would be interested in debating Sam Seder, I thought would make a good clip because I've gotten a lot of views on my channel from Sam Seder's audience. So, um, so you got the Shostakovich video up here. Cudababa was asking me about that. It's ready to watch later. Um, there's my paused stream from today. I was just going to show you if you sort by the most popular videos on my channel, you see all these videos related to the Majority Report with Sam Seder. See, these are my most viewed videos. They have the highest number of views. So I thought maybe if I put out a clip that is related to the Majority Report, I will get a lot of views if it's like these other videos. So um, that gave me incentive. That idea gave me incentive to create this clip. So I first identified the timestamp where the clip starts. And last time I listened up to this point, but I think the clip went on for another 5 or 10 minutes. I forget exactly how long it was. So I want to listen to that again. And if I have any comments on it as it's playing, I'll make them. But I'm mainly just listening for, well, one thing I'm listening for is irrelevant material because I would want to cut that out. Sometimes if I'm doing a live stream, I just insert something irrelevant because maybe someone submitted a chat, which I reply to. But if I'm going to publish this as a standalone video, I would want to cut out those irrelevant parts. At least maybe. I guess if it's brief enough, maybe it's not too much of an interruption and it'd be okay to leave it in, but I might want to cut it out. So that's one thing I'm going to be listening for. So I'm going to go to 30708 or at least around that point and start playing from there. Oh, I have to share the sound here so you can hear it. You can see the moderator's chat. This is a guy, Autumn Leaves. He's the moderator. He says, Dan, I'm affiliated with the Majority Report show. Would you be interested in debating Sam Seder? So that's what I'm addressing in this segment. Okay, and it is already queued up to 30708. So I'll just go back a little bit. I won't give as much context this time for this clip as I did last time because I don't want to be too repetitive. But I'll just go back a little bit. Okay. Oh, where's my what is this? Okay. So that was just on this chat here. And that was the last chat. So if anyone else wants to jump in, feel free. Joseph said he's read about 3 dozen books on Leonardo da Vinci. Wow. See, that's the point where I'm going to irrelevant material. I was talking about Sam Seder's show, and then I started addressing this other person's chat about Leonardo da Vinci. So I'm going to make a note that around 307, there's an interruption, which I might want to cut out. So I'm going to go back to this file and say 30700. That's approximately. I'll just put a tilde to indicate that. Interruption about Leonardo da Vinci. That's a lot. I guess you need to read a lot if you're going to write your own book on him. He's writing a book on Leonardo da Vinci. This person, Joseph Kellard, he's been on my chat once or twice. This might have been the only time. No, I think he's been on here at least twice. But this was the first time, I believe, he went to my chat. Let me see if there's anyone in the Zoom waiting room. I don't think so. I think I will get a pop-up if there were. No, I don't see anything there. So I can go back to this screen now. All right. So anyone else want to jump in with a topic, question, comments? Otherwise, maybe I'll just end the stream today. I've been going for over 3 hours now. I wonder if any of you were here for this stream when I first did it. I guess I could look in the chat to see if I see any of your names. Maybe if I were to engage with Sam Seder more, now I'm back on the topic. I would want to talk to him about the smearing comment he made. See, I've ended the interruption, and I'm coming back to the topic of Sam Seder. All right, so now you can see who was in the chat. Oh, Florida Nick, you were here at that on that stream. I don't know if you were here at that time. So this is 3 hours into the stream, and it looks like the last chat here is only 1 hour into it. So maybe this is new material. Maybe you haven't heard this before. Maybe if I were to engage with Sam Seder more, I would want to talk to him about the smearing comment he made before anything else. Like, because you need to have a certain basic level of honesty to be worth engaging. And at a certain point, I remember that call when I was telling Sam that he was smearing Ayn Rand, and he called her a hypocrite at one point for taking Social Security. But later, in one of my calls, he said she wasn't hypocritical. But then I think he went back to calling her hypocritical, and I said, you yourself said she wasn't hypocritical, that there was nothing wrong with taking it in my last call. And then I guess, and then at that point, he just said, I don't care. What's going on there? Like, if you catch him in a contradiction, like saying she was hypocritical, and then saying she's not, and then you confront him with it, and then at that point he just says, I don't care. That's weird. Why don't you care? You don't care if you smear someone, if you misrepresent their position? I mean, he certainly seemed to care when he made his video from back in 2011. He made a big deal about it. He did a whole segment about Ayn Rand taking Social Security and how it was like the height of hypocrisy or something. But now all of a sudden he doesn't care about it when I argue that that's a misrepresentation of her view. So we might have to have a discussion about the discussion, a meta discussion, like instead of just going into politics or talking about Social Security. Another thing he said in that call was like, let's discuss substantive issues, as though smearing someone is not a substantive issue. Like, sure, I'm happy to talk about substantive issues if that means political philosophy, but not if you're going to be dishonest in the way you do it. And if you're smearing someone, that itself becomes a substantive issue worth discussing. Um, at least for me, it is. Like if he doesn't care about smearing people, and if he doesn't think that's a substantive issue worth discussing, I think that's very wrong. He should want to correct the record if he's smeared Ayn Rand. Why isn't my screen wasn't showing for a while there. Now I see it in my phone. Okay, so I think this clip goes on until, well, I don't know how much longer it goes on, maybe till about 3:14. See, I look at the timestamps in the description. In the next segment, I have timestamp is 3:18, but I think there's some unrelated material before that. Anyway, if you're just here joining now, I see some new people have just arrived. I'm just editing this video because I don't have any new chats to engage with right now or new callers. So I'm working on editing this video, a clip from a previous live stream, which I thought I might publish as a standalone video. Because I'm not motivated to do this on my own when I'm not live streaming. So I thought it would be a good backup, provide some backup material that I could discuss when there aren't any new comments in today's chat. But feel free to jump in today's chat at any time if there's some issue you want to discuss. So I want to give priority to people who are here live. And you can also contribute towards the goal, the super chat or super sticker goal I've got going. That's definitely appreciated. All right, I'm going to keep listening to this because I don't see any new chats right now. Oh, we got 2 more subscribers. Great. Thank you. I hope you can hear this. I assume you would tell me if you couldn't, but and I should be able to verify that on my end as well. I went up to 945. I'm working my way up to 1,000. That'll be a great milestone to reach. If you want to be part of the first 1,000, now is a great time to sign up. Well, I've hit that now, so I guess it's too late if you want to be part of the first 1,000, but you can be part of the first 2,000. And I definitely welcome you to the first 2,000. Maybe I'll give you a special perk, like you can get a free super chat once I start taking super chats, which maybe I can start doing in a few months. Yes, because this show was on September 18th. So my first super chat show was, I think, January 2nd, which would have been about 3.5 months later. Because I need to get a certain amount of watch time on my channel before I'm eligible to take super chats. And at the rate I'm going, I think there's a good chance I'll hit it within a few months, maybe by the end of the year. Actually, I did hit it by the end of the year. I was eligible to take super chats as early as November. November 12th is when I became eligible to be monetized. But just for my personal financial reasons, I didn't want to start taking chats until the new year. So I forgot about that. It was actually, I was eligible for it earlier than I actually started taking advantage of it. We're in September now, so. Thank you for subscribing. See, we got a lot of people coming by the stream. I'm just looking on my my YouTube analytics. Maybe you can see that on the phone a little bit. All right, I forgot to make a note that there's some irrelevant material here that I'll probably want to cut out. So right now it's at 13:12, and I don't remember when the irrelevant material started, but maybe I'll just put around 312. Irrelevant material about super chats. So I'll probably want to cut that out. Um, yeah, it's good showing. Let's see, is this oh, I'm not sharing my screen now, am I? No. I'm gonna close some of these windows. I mentioned watch time. That's another metric I needed to hit, which I hit back in November 12th, I think. So I was already across the thresholds of that I needed in terms of subscribers. Uh, I don't know when, well over a year ago, I think. Actually in 2023 is when I got 500 subscribers, which is the threshold you need to start taking super chats. I think it used to be 1,000, but then YouTube changed it. So you just needed 500. And I got up to 500 back in uh, around June of 23. And actually, I put out a video on my channel, which I'll show you here. If you just put in 500, it'll probably pop up. Yeah, my 500 subscribers celebration video. I went to the beach. Maybe I should play that. Should I play that? It's only a couple minutes. Not even. It's a minute and a half. Yeah. Now, actually, this is a good time to play my 500 subscribers celebration video, just to in the theme of reaching subscriber milestones. Uh, I think this would be good to play. So yeah, let's watch that.
Hey, Dan Norton here.
I'll
The
rewind it
beach.
to beginning so it's full screen.
Hey, Dan Norton here at the beach to celebrate my recent crossing of the 500 subscriber mark on YouTube. I want to thank all of you who helped me get to this point. It's been good to have you with me on this journey, on my mission to spread Ayn Rand's ideas to the world. To those of you who haven't yet subscribed, I invite you to join me and help me get to my next big milestone of 1,000 subscribers. That'll be a big one for me, because at that point, I can apply to YouTube to have my channel monetized. Lastly, I'd like to get to know my subscribers and viewers better. Some of you I've met in real life, but most of you I haven't. In either case, I invite you to drop me a line in the comments. I'd be interested to hear how you heard about my channel, or when, or maybe what your favorite video is, or anything else you'd like to say, even just hi. And if you want to be private, you can send me an email at the address on my About page. All right, that's it for now. Onward to 1,000 subscribers. I'll see you in my next video.
All right, that had the outro music. I used to put that in all my videos, but I don't do that anymore. But I have thought that maybe I should bring some music back. I think it does add some nice flavor, but it takes some more time and works to edit that in. But anyway, there's my video from, let's see what the date was on that. June 10th, 2023. So at that time, I think it was still the case that you needed 1,000 subscribers on YouTube to get monetized. But then later, I think maybe in 2025, they changed it so you only need uh what is it? 500 subscribers, but you also need 3,000 hours of watch time. And I did not yet have that until, so even though I had the subscribers I needed for Super Chats back in 2023, I didn't have the amount of watch time I needed. That was much harder to get. You need to have 3,000 hours of watch time within the last year in order to be monetized and be able to take Super Chats. And I didn't get that until, just a couple months ago. Thanks in large part to the live streaming. That really increased the amount of watch time on my channel. I'll show you here in my analytics. If we go into watch time, and then I change this to last 365 days, you can see how low it is over here on the left hand. And this is when I started live streaming. March 6th, that was my very first live stream. And you can see how much the watch time has increased. Actually, maybe if I expand it to the lifetime view of my channel, it'll be even more easy to see. Yeah, you see that? So this is going back to the very beginning of my channel over here, July of 2019. And you see how low it is in the pre-live stream years. Now here you have some big moments like when I go on Sam Seder's show. I think that accounts for some of these, a lot of the spikes actually. But this is when I started live streaming right here. And look how much more watch time I started getting after I started live streaming. So that was really the bottleneck for me towards getting monetized, was to increase the watch time, and live streaming helped so much with that. And you all who are here now, who are giving me watch time, you're the reason I'm able to get that watch time. So thank you. And I still haven't reached the watch time I need to get fully monetized. So there are thresholds of monetization. So the first level is being able to take super chats, super stickers, super thanks, comments, channel memberships, but I can't yet have ads run on my videos. So that's the next level. If I want to have ads run on my videos, then I need even more subscribers and more watch time. So for that, I need 1,000 subscribers, which I now have. Thank you. But I also need not 3,000 hours of watch time, which is all you need for the super stickers and super chats. I need 4,000 hours of watch time. And that I still have a little ways to go. And I'll show you here. Let me just check one thing first. Okay. Yeah, let me share this. Yeah, so here it shows you the metrics you need to hit for full monetization for watch page ads. That is to have ads run on your videos. So you need 1,000 subscribers, which I now have as of earlier this morning. But I also need 4,000 hours of watch time within the last 365 days. So I still have a couple hundred more hours I need to get in order to hit that threshold. And then once I hit that, then I will be able to have ads run on my videos. And that will be another source of monetization for the channel. So I look forward to getting to that point. Okay, and maybe I don't know when I'm going to hit that, but often I will get like 30, at least 30 hours. I usually get at least 30 hours of watch time for every live stream. So if let's say I need 210, that's an evenly that even 30 goes into that evenly. So that would be seven more live streams. If I get 30 hours of watch time for the next seven live streams, then I'll hit my goal of 4,000 hours. But then we're coming up on the year anniversary. So it has to be within the last year that I have 4,000. It can't just be 4,000 total. So I start losing hours, right? Because it's a moving window. And the next seven live streams, that actually will probably take me into March, right? Because if I do these streams every 5 days, that's 35 days from now. That's about right when I started live streaming a year ago. So I'm going to be right right on the edge. But I think the amount of watch time I get now compared to when I first started out live streaming is more. So when I first live streamed, it was probably lower, like maybe 10 or 15 hours per stream. So I think I'm gonna cross the threshold sooner actually than seven shows from now. Some shows I've gotten like over 50 hours. I don't know what the highest is. Maybe I could find that. One show I think got over 100 hours. Where's my live shows? Uh, I'm not sure where it is, but if I find it, I can show you. But anyway, I do have that other goal to work on, the watch time, and I think I'll hit it within the next month or two. Okay, so what was I doing? Yeah, I was editing that video and something in it reminded me of the oh, I guess I was talking about subscribers in that video and that reminded me of my old subscriber video, my 500 subscriber video. Um, Let me go back to that video I was editing. I don't see any new chats here, so I wonder what you're all doing here. I think Florida Nick once said he was playing Grand Theft Auto while he was listening to my stream. I wonder if he's doing that now, or what are you all doing? I'm guessing you're multitasking. A lot of you, anyways. I'm curious what you're all doing, if you want to say. I've never played Grand Theft Auto. It's been so long since I've played video games. All right, I think I might be getting close to the end of this clip. Well, speaking of playing Grand Theft Auto and multitasking, that reminded me of another thought, which is I wonder like if my viewers see this as a hangout sort of stream or opportunity. Um, oh, Jason says he's testing an extension and updating my menu and may watch West Wing in the background later. Okay. So that's what Jason's doing. Thanks for thanks for mentioning that. Anyone else want to say what they're doing? Um, I was thinking of OCON, the Objectivist conference, and my favorite thing about it is just to hang out with people and network and get to know some people because the intellectual content, you can get so much of that later. It's often just posted on online. But what you can't get is the social experience of just being with other people who share your values and have very similar interests. So maybe that's the biggest draw for people like coming to this stream. Like maybe you think, well, you can learn a lot about objectivism elsewhere or at other times, but it is a social opportunity to be able to come here, hang out with people in real time. And I wonder if that's the reason some people come here. You just like a hangout space. Um, and I guess if I know that, maybe I could take advantage of that in some way. And I don't know how I would, but if I know your reason for being here, that might help me adjust the show to make it more valuable to match my audience's values and interests. I don't have an agenda that I try to get through like Yaron does, where he tries to go through the news every day. So I think it's probably not that you're coming here for some specific content that you expect me to talk about because you don't know what I'm going to talk about. I don't even know what I'm going to talk about. But maybe you just like the general atmosphere of it, or maybe there's potential intellectual content that you're interested in because people come here with different levels of knowledge of objectivism. Maybe some people are complete beginners, other people are veterans who've been learning about Ayn Rand's philosophy for decades. Maybe you like to hear calls from other people, debates. Maybe you have a mixture of motivations. Okay, but I'm going to go back to this video and listen to some more. Oh, just see a new chat from Nick came in. He says, I'm usually doing something while listening, like walking, driving, or a video game. But right now I'm just listening. Okay. Thanks. I appreciate it. I have your full attention. He's just listening. I appreciate that. It's flattering. Is that the word I should use? Now Yaron Brook's show is playing. I don't know if you can hear that because I think the window it's playing from is not the window I shared. Now Yaron Brook's show is playing. I don't know if you can hear that. I don't think you can hear it because I just tried to listen on my phone and I did not hear it. But why did that start playing? And where is that playing from? Oh, I'm not sharing. No, not that window. Hold on, I have to mute this. It's distracting me. Where is that coming from? Oh, I think I have an idea. Oh, here it is. This tab, I had a tab with your on Brook show in it, and it just randomly started playing in a window that was not open. And I just found it and closed it. But I don't know why it just started playing all of a sudden. Florida Nick says he couldn't hear it. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought because the window I shared was not the window that it was playing from. So you'll only hear the sound if it's from the window I shared. All right, let me go back to, okay, yeah, here's the video I was editing. Now this sound you should be able to hear. I got to reshare the window. It's okay. I'm going to close some of these windows. Actually, maybe I'll share this one since I was just talking about it. Sam Seder video. Yeah, so I'm in the videos tab and I sorted by most popular videos on my channel. And this is the last call I had with Sam, my 7th call. And I mentioned smears in there. And I put it on the thumbnail too. You're smearing her. So if you want to get all the details on, you want to hear that call, that's the one to listen to. I played it last time, or some of it at least. All right, I'm going to stop that for now. Joseph says, yes, and my Da Vinci book is the reason I started to read the story of civilization as research from my book. Oh, okay. Interesting. That's the story of civilization by Will Durant, which I've talked about before on my stream. I don't think there's any more material on the majority report related to the majority report in this clip. So maybe I should just stop listening here. I'll play a few more seconds of it, just to, and maybe I'll look at the transcript as well. That may be a better, quicker way to see if there's any more relevant material. I guess you mean yes, you've read 36 books. Well, I'm glad you checked out Durant to see what he has to say about Da Vinci. I don't remember specifically that chapter. I would guess he's got a chapter on Da Vinci, but I read the whole volume, so I must have read it many years ago. All right, I'm going to stop playing there and then open up the transcript. Oh, that's nice. It's got the AI summary tool, ask questions, show transcript. I've got to play a little of this for the transcript to catch up to the point where I start talking. All right. Anyone else want to jump in the chat? See, it went ahead to 3:15 there. See, it doesn't look like there's anything else related to the majority report. Oh, here I start talking about Pac-Man, David Pac-Man. Oh, talking about that's the next video I'm going to publish. I've already done that. I published all my 3 calls to David Pac-Man along with my commentary. Yeah, there's no more. Okay, so it looks like the relevant segment went until about 3:14. 3:14:35. Maybe I'll put that as the ending timestamp. Oh, I want that here. So here's the beginning, and here's the end. Majority report moderator segment ends, and then there's some interruptions in the middle, which I would need to edit out. Okay, so what's the next step? There was actually there was another call about this topic. I think it was a few shows before this one, where someone else also asked about the majority report, and I was thinking about also publishing that one, but it might be too redundant. I'm not sure. I'm actually curious to listen to that prior show to see what I said about it. So let me do a search for that. I don't know what the best term. I'll just put in majority report. So this show was from September of last year, the one we just heard. So it might have also been September, but just earlier in September that this other show is. Actually, I okay, well, let me just take a quick look here first. No, that's not the best way to find it. I'm gonna go to live and then I'm doing it. Why isn't the Oh, Gene Walters is here. He says, I read Durant's hygiene. He says, I read Durant before Rand. I wonder if he's popular with objectivists. That's what oists means, if you're not familiar with that abbreviation. Durant is sort of known for believing that singular individuals really affect history as opposed to the culture. The culture was already moving. I think he is popular with many objectivists, maybe probably not all, but I actually first heard about Durant from Leonard Peikoff. I think it was his course Unity in Epistemology and Ethics from 1996. He mentions Will Durant's series in that course, maybe in the Q&A section. It might have been the main lecture. So he gives one lecture on the unity of what is it, history? Well, so the whole course is called the Unity in Epistemology and Ethics, but one lecture of that is devoted to the relation of history and philosophy. Like Ayn Rand said she had to uh, learn history in order to come up with her philosophy, or at least parts of her philosophy. And in particular, she she said that she had to have observed the Industrial Revolution in order to reach the principle that reason is man's means of survival, his basic means of survival, because the Industrial Revolution was this grand scale demonstration of that point, and it would have just been too hard to grasp that prior to the Industrial Revolution. Something along those lines. I don't I don't recall exact. Excuse me. Maybe I should get my water. I don't remember exactly how she put the point, but she did say she needed history to discover certain parts of her philosophy. And Leonard Peikoff at the time, he was very interested in history, I guess more so than he was previously. I'm not sure why exactly, but I think it might have been that he was getting very interested in induction at that point. He gave his course Objectivism through Induction. I believe that might have been his next course. Maybe he gave that course in 1997, and this was a new approach to thinking about or learning objectivism, an inductive approach, and maybe learning history was part of that approach, getting very enmeshed in the concretes and deriving your philosophic principles from those concretes. So maybe it was his project of learning or presenting objectivism inductively, as opposed to like a lot of us, I guess all of us who've read Ayn Rand, we first learn about objectivism just by reading Ayn Rand. We don't get it from reality directly. Um, we learned objectivism by being taught it from someone else. But to have a much stronger, firmer grasp, better understanding of the philosophy, you needed to be able to get it directly from reality, from the concretes themselves, and not just get it filtered through some other person. If you can see it yourself in the concretes or drive it from the concretes yourself, then you have a much better grasp of the philosophy. So anyway, for some reason, maybe related to his interest in induction, Leonard Leonard Peikoff was studying a lot of history, and he mentioned that he had recently purchased Will Durant's Story of Civilization. I might have to get a cough drop here. If I cough again, I think I'm going to get a cough drop. Hopefully, I have some around here. Anyway, I thought that was a very interesting lecture series, and that incident that made me interested in learning about history. I was already interested in history even before that, but I guess it increased my interest in history. And I had a friend who I told I was interested in learning more history, and he recommended that I read The Life of Greece by Will Durant. That's volume 2 in his 11 volume series. So I did that. The first volume I read by Will Durant was The Life of Greece, and I loved it. I thought it was amazing. So then I went back to volume 1. Our Oriental Heritage is the title, and I read that one, and then I went forward, skipped over volume 2 because I had already read that, and went to volume 3, Caesar and Christ, on Roman civilization and early Christianity, and then I went forward in order from that point all the way through volume 11, and I loved them. And I eventually wrote a book review about them, which was published in 2011 in the Objective Standard. So Durant, one thing I think he's really good at is emphasizing the role of deep philosophical ideas in history, which is very aligned with the objectivist view of history, the idea that history is shaped fundamentally by philosophic ideas. And I think Durant there's a lot in his work that I think is aligned with that view of history. Not perfectly, and I think there are things he says that contradict that sort of viewpoint sometimes, but I think to a much larger extent than you would normally find in historians, he does have that view of history as fundamentally being shaped by philosophical currents. He also does discuss personalities a lot, biographies, and Gene mentions that or alludes to that when he says Durant is known for sort of known for believing that singular individuals really affect history, And he has volumes such as The Age of Napoleon, so an entire era named after an individual. He has got another one called The Age of Louis the 14th, Caesar and Christ. I mentioned that one already. That's volume 3. Um, The Age of Voltaire. He talks a lot about Voltaire. So yeah, he does give very lengthy discussions of individuals, and they're not subordinated in the way you would find them to be in other histories. So they help shape history. He has a book where he discusses the philosophy of history a little bit at least. Well, maybe in the story of civilization itself, but I think there's a different book. It might be The Greatest Ideas and Minds of All Time, where there's a passage where I think he's emphasizing the role of the great men or people of history. Um, I think there's a certain school of thought that holds what's sometimes called the great man theory of history. Like history is fundamentally a product of strong personalities or individuals. And I don't know if Durant would sign on to that, um, at least entirely. Um, as I said, he does emphasize philosophic ideas a lot, but there is also a stress on individual people. Maybe I wonder if I should look for that passage. Maybe later. Let me read this other one that came in from Gene. He says, "Makes sense. I think Durant's concretes were definitely part of my integration into objectivism." Okay. Yeah, so I think there is a nice resonance between the objectivist approach and Durant's. There's definitely a similarity there. Again, not perfect. Like he's got Marxist elements in his philosophy of history. So I say that in my review of his series that I had a love-hate relationship with him, because sometimes he is just amazing, and I'm so on board with his approach. But then other times I'm like, no, this is so wrong. Um, so there's bad mixed in with the good, but overall, uh, I definitely thought it was worth my time, and it was a lot of time I spent on it. I think it took me 4 years to read the whole thing, but I read it very thoroughly. It wasn't just one quick skim read. I would pore over many passages of it multiple times sometimes. And he's a great writer too, just as a stylist, I think. So you don't just get a ton of knowledge and perspective, but it's just enjoyable prose to read. A lot of it, anyways. Okay, so I was looking for this other clip where I talk about the majority report. I was going to do a search for one of the words in this title to help me find it faster, but I see the word forthcoming is part of the title of this video. So I did a search on fourth, but oh, Now okay, there it is. I didn't see anything at first when I first did a search, but okay. So there was a show shortly before that where I also discussed a similar question, and that's what I'm looking for now. I can't see the full titles on these, but unless I hover my mouse over them, I'm looking for something in the title that says something about the majority report. I don't know if I said anything in the title about this particular issue that, so I might have to go and look in the descriptions of each of these videos to find it. Or maybe I'll just do a search on my whole channel. By the way, I do have a super chat goal I'm working on. If anyone wants to help me achieve that goal, you can send in a super sticker or a super chat for any amounts. I had a goal of hitting five super chats within the next 3 hours, and so far I have one. It says 0 out of 5 in the chat, but I said I'm going to count Steve Henderson's, which came in shortly before I started that goal. So I'm really saying I'm assuming I have 1 out of the 5 I need. So if you want to help me get all 5, then I would definitely appreciate it. For any amount, it could be 99 cents, it could be $99, anything in between. If you're getting value from the show, that's one way you could show you're getting value. And it incentivizes me to do more. So I said, if I hit that goal, I'll go for another half hour. Oh, here's a show where I talk about Jason's Tiki bar. I don't know if it's too small for you to see in the text that shows up there in that box. That came up a little bit ago. Okay, so I guess it didn't appear in the title, so I'm gonna have to do a search. Uh, I'll do a search on majority report. And maybe Sam Seder also. Oh, I did a debate with a majority report listener back in April. That's right. That's not the clip I'm thinking of, though. All right, that's the clip I already found, and it's mentioned in the title. This one doesn't have anything about the majority report in the title, but maybe there's something in the description. Otherwise, why would this video have shown up? Or I guess it could be something in the transcript. That could be a source that, yeah, maybe. Well, let me just open this one and see what's in the description. Conversation with Bakho. Oh, my calls to the majority report was Sam Seder. Okay, I don't think that's going to be the one. All right, closing that. Let me take a look at this one. Oh, that's as far as it goes. Oh, maybe it's this one. I bet this is it. See here, it says, "Will I call the majority report with Sam Seder again?" And I give the screen name of the person who asked it. Okay. So this was August 17th, and that's just a few weeks before this video, which fits with my memory that it was just a few shows before this one that someone asked that similar question. So that, yeah, that must be it. September 18th. Okay, yeah, let me play that. All right, so that starts at 2:45:34. Am I sharing my sound? I think it must be. Okay. Saying hi. Username Ryan says, any future Sam Seder call-ins? I don't know. I am not planning any, and I've discussed this before, my reasons why. And just briefly, it's because I'm not sure I want to engage with Sam, given that last time I called his show, he said he thinks maybe there's an argument for smearing Ayn Rand more. And if you want to, like said Ayn Rand is hypocritical for taking Social Security, and I've argued against that on his show multiple times, and I think he might have contradicted himself. Maybe after I called in once or twice about this, he said she wasn't hypocritical, but then reverted to saying she was, and it got to a certain point in his show where I said he was getting her view wrong. It's not her view that you shouldn't take Social Security. It's that there shouldn't be Social Security in the first place. But if there is such a system and you're forced to participate in it, then she has nothing against participating in it, so long as you oppose it morally and think like, we should get rid of this system. But so long as it's in place and you're forced to be part of it, there's no contradiction in participating yourself, even though you oppose the program altogether. Like if you're in Soviet Russia and the government controls everything, like even the food supply, should you like let yourself starve to death because you oppose the government having control of everything? Or should you say, well, I'm subject to this coercive system and I don't want to just be a martyr to it. I'm an egoist, right? That's part of what objectivism is about. These are some new points that I think they're new in that, well, in that I don't think I made them in the other video. Not that no one has made these points, but the other clip, I don't think I made these kinds of arguments, which I think are good points, good arguments to make. So I'll have to re-listen to the other clip from a few weeks after this one just to make sure. But that gives me reason to publish both clips either independently or together as one video because it seems like there might be some substantially different material in this one. And it goes on for, it looks like about 9 minutes. So I'm going to keep playing it. It's one of the core concepts of it, doing work, just be a martyr to it. I'm an egoist, right? That's, oh, hold on a second. Okay. That's part of what objectivism is about. Um, it's one of the core concepts of it, doing what's best for your own life. So we've got egoism here as one of the topics on my virtual background. The point is of life is to make the best out of your own life and not just to be a martyr, a sacrificial pawn for the state. So if you happen to be born into a system that treats you like a sacrificial pawn, you have to serve the collective, then do you have to just not consume any little morsel that the state deigns to bestow on you and just let yourself die? I don't think that's right. That would conflict with the principle of egoism, which is a very deep principle of objectivism. So there's no inconsistency in participating in some program that you morally oppose, so long as you at least oppose it in the long run on principle and you work to get rid of it, which Ayn Rand did. There's no inconsistency. And so I thought Sam Seder was smearing Ayn Rand and misportraying her view and acting as if it's bad if everyone else participates in Social Security, but me, Ayn Rand, it's okay for me. Like she was trying to do some special carve out for herself. So I thought he was smearing her, and like he seemed to be okay with smearing her. And if you listen to my last call to his show, it's call number 7. It's on my channel. It's in these are also in a playlist. It's maybe the first or second most viewed call on my channel. Actually, I can bring that. I'll share that screen. I'll sort my videos by most viewed. Here, let me. Thanks by the likes. Thanks for the likes, by the way. I see it's up to 15. That's good. Let me share this. Okay, so now you can see my channel. There's my 926 subscribers. So if you want to be number 927, now's your chance. Well, you can't be 927 anymore, but you can be 1003 because that's where I'm at right now. I guess somebody unsubscribed because it was at 1003 earlier in this live stream, but now it's at 1002. So you can be 1003 if you want to subscribe now, if you're not already a subscriber. Okay, so if we go to there's the video you're watching right now going live, which I guess you can also see if you go to the live tab. Yeah. So here I'm just trying to find the video where Sam says maybe Ayn Rand deserves to be smeared more. And I might want to just cut this part out rather than showing me talk about my subscribers and things that aren't really relevant to the clip at hand. So actually, I should, yeah, it's at 20, 50, 49. So let me make a note. Actually, first I'm going to copy this URL and put that here. Is going to let me convert it to a chip. It didn't do it that time. Sometimes it doesn't allow me. Let me try it again after I expand that. No, didn't work. See, it just turns it into a link if but it doesn't have this. See how it looks different? These are just links to videos, but for some reason, when I paste the link from one YouTube video into a Google Doc, it allows me to convert it into a chip. That's what this is called, where it's got this nice fancy formatting. Other times it doesn't. In this case, it doesn't. So I'm just going to put the title of the video. I'm going to copy that. Oops, that's my notes from the call. Here, this is what I want. Okay, so that's the title of the video. And that was from August, what was it? August 17th. 2025. All right, so there the majority report clip begins at, let's see, what was it? 2:45:34. Oh, that's cool. It actually, I didn't know I could just copy the timestamp. It would turn into a link. Okay. And then there's some irrelevant material about subscribers and finding the clip from my 7th call, which I have up here. And that was about 2:49:50. So I'm going to have to edit that out if I use this clip, which I think I probably will. Oh, 50:49, not 49:50. Okay. And okay, maybe that's halfway through the clip, but there's some more, so let me go back to it. But if you go to the videos tab, it shows my videos that were not live streamed. So there, you can sort by latest, popular, or oldest videos. So let's go. If I sort by, and I have how many videos now? 189 videos on my channel. If you sort by the most popular videos, here they are. So number one is the one I called Ridicule. Thoughts on my calls to the Majority Report with Sam Seder. It's almost got 3,000 views. And then the next one has over 3,000 views now. The Law of Identity Part 2. My 5th call to the Majority Report with Sam Seder. And then number 3 is this one I was just talking about. Ayn Rand, Social Security, Hypocrisy, Smears. My 7th call to the Majority Report with Sam Seder. And then on the thumbnail, I got him with this maybe alarmed look. and I'm calling him out from the phone line. I'm saying, "You're smearing her." Um, so if you listen to this video, you can hear that exchange that I was just describing. And based on how that exchange went, I'm not sure I want to have further exchanges. And I talk about that in a recent live stream. So you can also listen to that. And if you go to the description on my live stream, I think maybe you can find a timestamp so you don't have to search as much to find it. You can also do a search on the transcript of each video to help you find these segments. But maybe I guess I would at least be more likely to go back on his show if he said, like, I shouldn't have said what I said about maybe it's okay to smear Ayn Rand. Um, that would make me more likely to go back. But at least right now, I'm not planning to go back. But you can try to convince me I should. I have a certain limit on what I want to tolerate in the people I engage with. Um, and he might have crossed that line. He did, at least temporarily, cross the line for me. People can have their own ideas of where to draw the line. Let me come back to the chat. Nick says, I saw you did a video about Mike Mentzer. Yeah. So you saw that as I was just scrolling through my videos. That's how you saw that? Yeah, it was a conversation with someone else who knows more about Mike Mentzer than I do. Jerome Armstrong, I think that was his name, who used to, I think he himself was a bodybuilder and might have even competed. And I got to know him through Facebook, I think. And he was interested in having a chat with me about Mike Mentzer and objectivism. So if you don't know Mike Mentzer, he's a bodybuilder back in the 70s um, and 80s. I don't know what his prime years were. He died at a young age, actually. I'm not sure why. Um, but he was a fan of objectivism, and he actually wrote books in which he mentions objectivism. I think I haven't read them myself, but other people who are more familiar with him than I am, I think they've said he includes objectivism in his books, and I guess that his philosophy of weightlifting and how to go about being a successful bodybuilder incorporates ideas from objectivism. And I had a conversation. Maybe I should pull that up actually, just to show it. Um, where's my? Here, I'll use this page. Mike Mentzer. He competed against Arnold Schwarzenegger in the was it 1980 Mr. Olympia? Something like that. And I think he didn't win. He came in second place to Arnold, but I think it was a controversial competition. I think many people thought Arnold should not have won that year, but maybe the judges were biased. So anyways, here's the episode, Mike Mentzer and Objectivism with Jerome Armstrong, the Dan Norton Show number 10, which is a different number 10 than you'll see if you go to my live streams, because I restarted the numbering once I started doing live streams. So my first live stream is number 1, and then, but before I was doing live streams, I called it the Dan Norton Show, and I numbered them. And this was the 10th one of those non-live stream shows. And there's Jerome here. So Let me open that up.
Talking about Mike Mentzer.
I had longer hair back then. Let's look at the description. High intensity training, Mentzer and Objectivism. His early death, Ayn Rand. So there is that. You can check that out if that looks interesting to you. Yes, 1980, says Nick. Oh, that's when Mentzer competed against Arnold. And did he come in second place that year? I think it might have been second place. Oh, there's some other chats here. His book, High Intensity Training, The Mike Mentzer Way, is how I found Ayn Rand. Oh, okay. So you came through Mike Mentzer. Interesting. Some people learn about Ayn Rand through Rush. That's another way. Another part of the culture, a way that people learn about Ayn Rand, the rock band Rush. But yeah, some people found out about Ayn Rand through Mike Mentzer. Mike, his brother, and dad all died the same age in their 50s, all from heart disease, says Nick. Okay, that's right. Yeah, I heard he had a brother. I didn't, yeah, I wasn't sure about him, but that's too bad. They all had heart disease. The Mentzer to Rand pipeline. Right. He died of heart problems and his brother died a few days later. Okay. Yeah, that's now I'm remembering I heard about that a while ago, but I think I had forgotten it. Gene says I was a gym rat multiple hours a day until learning about high intensity training. Been around 13% body fat and only lift about 1 hour a week with is that a face palm? I can't see. It's too small on my phone. I have to look on my laptop to get a good view of the emojis. Where's my chat window? Yeah, it looks like a face palm right here. So you were a gym rat. You trained for multiple hours a day until you learned about high intensity training, right? So that's the distinctive method that Mentzer was promoting. High intensity. You don't have to work out for hours and hours. Like I think Arnold Schwarzenegger, that was his method. He would spend lots of hours in the gym, but Mike Mentzer said if you just go very hard for a short amount of time, it can have the same effects or maybe even better. I'm not sure. But if you go high intensity, then you can shock the muscle somehow and you can stimulate growth and you don't have to spend hours and hours to get the results you're aiming at. It might be more intimidating though, because if it is higher intensity, it could be more stressful or painful or something. But it is a different method. Been around 13% body fat. I don't know, like I don't think about this stuff very often, so I don't know what that means. Like, is that a low body fat? Is that high? Is that is that average? I'm guessing maybe that means you had a low body fat. And so this is what you do now. Because 1 hour, I guess that's not spending many hours in a gym. If it's 1 hour a week. Oh, okay. So yeah, this must be your high intensity. routine, you just lift about 1 hour a week and you are 13% body fat. Mike came in fifth, says Nick. Okay. So he wasn't second place in 1980. He came in fifth place. I facepalm for all the lost time. Oh, I see. Um, I see. Saves the joints too. So good getting into my 40s. Okay. Swimming, I think swimming or riding a bike, that might also save your joints because to get cardio, you could run, but then that might hurt your knees. But swimming or bicycling is a smoother motion. So there are some advantages to getting cardio that way. Maybe also some disadvantages though. Like sitting on a bike seat might not be really comfortable or good for your for that area of the body. I think there might be some problems that can cause, but it is a smoother kind of motion. Yeah, 13% is low. Average college male is 15 to 24%, says Gene. Okay. I used to do weightlifting. Well, I still do, but not as much as I used to. I used to do more in high school. I actually took a class. So in high school, we were only required to take PE, physical education. I don't know if they still call it that. That's what it was called when I went through high school. We only had to take PE or gym. It was also called gym class for the first 2 years, freshman and sophomore. But after that, we didn't. But you could take weight training as an elective, and I did that for both of my junior and my senior year. And I was a fan of Arnold Schwarzenegger. I watched the documentary Pumping Iron that came out in 1975, and it follows him and the other bodybuilders around during their competition for the 1975 Mr. Olympia title. I thought it's a very entertaining film. I think it's a cult classic. Um, Many people like that. I saw it many times. I learned a lot of the lines. I could do an Arnold Schwarzenegger accent. I don't know if I want to do the accent right now, but maybe I'll break into my Austrian accent at some point. Um, a lot of people do good impressions of Arnold on YouTube. That could be quite entertaining to watch. Um, Get to the chopper. Isn't that one of his famous lines? What is that from what's that movie? True Lies? Is that from uh, True Lies? Get to the chopper. Um, because I know he takes the helicopter in one of the scenes from that. Gene says weightlifting is great fun. Pumping iron is awesome. Yeah. He's he and Lou Ferrigno are in that. So Lou Ferrigno was one of his main competitors in the film. Who was the Incredible Hulk, if you don't know. I used to have nightmares about the Incredible Hulk. He would chase me around my house, like around and around my house until I woke up. Oh, Commando, that's what Get to the Chopper is from. Okay. I'm not as familiar with that movie. I think I've seen it, but maybe just once. Oh, is it True Lies? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm sure it could be Googled and the answer could be found quickly. Um, but I was quite an Arnold fan for a while there. I loved his movie Terminator 2, which I saw before I saw Terminator 1. Um, I really like that. I think Yaron might have discussed Terminator 2. I don't know if he did a full movie review of it. Um, but I think he at least mentioned liking it, or liking the theme. Oh, my chat window just crashed again. I gotta reload it. I guess you can see that crash. I don't know why it does that. Nick says, haha, that's actually pretty good. My Arnold impression. What are some other lines from that movie? Um, yeah, maybe if I think of some other lines from Arnold, I'll uh, I'll do them in his voice. I was actually Arnold for Halloween once. Not like I just printed out a photo of him, and I like a piece of paper. His head was on a piece of paper, and I taped that onto a ruler, and I just held it. I held the bottom of the ruler, and then there was like a piece of paper in with his face on it, and I would just talk in his voice behind it. Hey, Florida Nick just gave me a super sticker. Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, thanks, Florida Nick. Nice. So that gets us 2 out of 5, even though it says 0 here. It's actually 2 because Steve Henderson came in with a super chat just before I started this goal. So I'm counting that towards the goal. And I said I'm also counting stickers, even though YouTube is only counting chats. So if we include Steven's super chat and Florida Nick's sticker, that actually gets us 2 out of 5 towards the goal of 5 contributions. And I gave us 3 hours to do it. We got 27 minutes left. So we can still, if we get 3 more contributions, whether they're stickers or super chats, then I will consider that as meeting the goal of 5 contributions in the course of 3 hours. So nice. Thank you, Nick. And I said I will do another half hour of streaming if we do hit that goal. All right. So if you want to guarantee another 3 hour, another 30 minutes after this goal counter ends, then you can do some stickers or chats, super chats. You're on like Terminator's free will premise, right? Yeah, I remember him saying that. There's a scene where Sarah O'Connor she sticks the knife in the picnic table and she carves in it no fate. I think that might be at least one of the scenes from the movie Terminator 2 that supports free will. You're not fated to reach a certain destiny. It's up to you. Your fate is within your control. So whether you get taken over by machines or not, I don't know what the example was specifically, but you can control your fate. Excellent. Gene just came in with a super sticker and he has a dumbbell emoji, very appropriate for the current discussion. Awesome. Thank you, Gene. 99 cents. All right. So we are now at 3 out of 5 because I'm counting stickers and not just chats. So we are 3 out of 5 towards the goal. So, and that was just 99 cents. Okay. So it doesn't take much. I don't know if that's the minimum you can do. Maybe it is, but 99 cents all takes 2 more of those, and I will do another half hour after this ends, after this counter gets down to 0. So if you want to guarantee another 30 minutes, just chip in with 99 cents or more. You can do $99 too. I'm not going to object to that. But any amount is going to count towards the goal. So we just need 2 more and we're going to get there. All right. Nick says, I like the impression that someone did for Conan O'Brien's show segments called Clutch Cargo. Okay, I haven't seen that one. Clutch Cargo. I like watching impressions sometimes. I've seen quite a bit of those. Um, I was just watching some, was it yesterday? I've seen a lot of Trump impersonators, um, comedians like Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle, people impersonating them. Arnold, yeah, that can be quite entertaining. Tom Cruise. Have you seen the impression Ben Stiller does? Ben Stiller and Tom Cruise? Because Ben Stiller is I guess he's a stunt double for Tom Cruise. I don't think I knew that until I saw him doing the impression of Tom Cruise with Tom Cruise right there next to him. That's quite entertaining. Uh, Franco Columbo, he was another bodybuilder in the 1975 Mr. Universe competition. Mike Katz. You can find them on YouTube. Yeah, maybe I'll look for that later. Conan O'Brien's segments. Actually, let's see. Um, here, I'll just do a Google search on that now to pull up a tab to remind me later to look for that. Okay. And then Gene says T2, powerful, no fate scene. Why'd you stop watching movies? I'm cataloging art slash movies with positive premises. Maybe if you had a list of good stuff, you'd watch more. Why did I stop watching movies? I've just had so many other things that I want to spend my time on. When I'm not streaming, usually I'm studying history. That's what I mostly do these days. Um, Maybe it has something to do with the length. Like movies are long, relatively speaking. And I usually like I'll spend a lot of time watching YouTube videos, even long ones sometimes, but they are quite closely connected to the the work I do on YouTube of promoting Ayn Rand's, keeping up with current events so I can engage in discussions and debates with people. And movies aren't as related to those sort of career goals that I have. So maybe that's why I don't spend as much time on those as watching other things. I do a lot of scrolling on TikTok, but usually it's like when I need a break and I'm tired, my mind is tired, I need a rest from studying or reading, or maybe it's late in the day, I'm about to go to sleep and I just want something entertaining, not necessarily like a long movie to watch because that can take effort to watch a movie and follow the plot um and it's not as bite size as TikToks, right? Which are often just a few seconds or a minute or two. So I can consume them in their entirety in Whereas a movie is much more of a time investment. Like it's a couple hours, and do I want to be, watching part of it now and then part of it later? Um, so I mean, I could do that, but like if I don't feel like spending an entire 2 hours just watching a movie, maybe just half an hour. But then I lose some momentum if I'm not watching it all in one sitting, and it might be um, not as enjoyable to have to get back into the context after being out of it for a while. Whereas TikToks, I can just consume the whole thing uh, in one sitting. So that might also factor into why I don't watch as many movies as I used to. Um, but I mean, I'm just thinking off the top of my head here. This is not like something I've thought through very much. But those might be some reasons. I used to have a Netflix subscription, and I canceled it twice. I just because I didn't end up using it much. Um, but I gave it a couple shots. But maybe I'll get back into it more in the future. And I've seen lists. I know Harry Benswanger has put out a list of his favorite movies, and Yaron Brook has done that as well. And I think that's helped me find some good movies to watch. And if I get back into movies, I'll probably look for some more lists like that. Hmm. Ben Stiller plus Tom Cruise was a mo MTV Movie Awards sketch. So funny. Oh, okay. I didn't know what the source of that was. You mean the one where they talk about finishing each other's sentences? That one? That's the one I'm thinking of. Jeffrey Godfrey and Shane Gillis do great Trump impressions. I don't know those people by name. I've heard the names, but I can't put a picture to it. And maybe I've seen these people, but I don't remember all the names of the people, the Trump impersonators I've seen. Um, yes, the Conan Arnold was so funny, just the mouth moving. Uh, Shane Gillis so funny. Um, yes, finishing each other's sentences. Yeah, that's funny. I have to I gotta do a search on Shane Gillis to so I can put a face to that name. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've definitely seen this guy. I don't know if I've heard his Trump impression. Yes, ABS, I. What is this from Nick? Is that a typo? And constant references to my Hollywood all-time hit jingle all the way was funny. Oh, and the yes, and the constant references to my Hollywood all the time hit jingle all the way was funny. Okay, I haven't heard that. Maybe I'll do. Yeah, I'm gonna search for that also to put it in my queue for later. Are you into comedy? maybe a little bit. I don't. I mean, I see little things on TikTok now and then. Um, I don't watch like 2 hour long specials by Eddie Murphy or Chris Rock. I might have seen one or two of those, but or Dave Chappelle. But it's usually short clips, which maybe come from much longer shows. And I'll come across something on YouTube or TikTok. Um, but I don't like foul language. Like there's lots of profanity in comedy acts, and that irritates me. Not, I mean, I can take it to a certain extent, but when there's like every other word or every f 6 words is a swear word, it can become hard for me to listen to. So, and it seems like there's so much of that in comedy. So maybe I would listen to more if it were somewhat cleaner. So I do listen to some, but it's mostly just clips. Um, all right, we got 13 minutes left on the super chat goal or super sticker goal. And we only need 2 more to hit it. So if you want me to stay on for another half hour after this counter goes down to 0, then put in a couple more stickers or chats. Otherwise, maybe I'll just end the show. And if I do my next show 5 days from now, that would be Tuesday of next week. Although Jason said he might want to show on Monday because he's going to be taking a bus trip on Monday. So I guess, and I told him if he sends me $20 before Monday, then I'll do a show on Monday instead of Tuesday. So I guess my next show will be either on Monday or Tuesday, depending on what Jason does. And on Sunday, I'm going to be on someone else's channel, Objective Ethics. That's his name. If you go to youtube.com/@objectiveethics, you'll see the channel. I'm going to be on his channel on Sunday doing a talk about ethics and maybe also some politics. And oh, actually, I just remembered. Um, Someone is supposed to call into my show for us to be a scheduled guest on the 27th, 5 days from now, which is Tuesday, not Monday. Now, maybe he would be amenable to calling in on Monday instead of Tuesday, but I'm not sure if I want to change that up on him right now because we already confirmed Tuesday. And I still want more confirmation to him. I haven't settled on an exact time. I was proposing 2 p.m. on Tuesday. This is someone who I think he's somewhere on the left politically, so we might be debating politics, ethics, capitalism. But that was going to be on Tuesday. The time, though, was yet to be determined. I proposed 2 o'clock, but he hasn't gotten back to me to confirm that he's okay with that. So it's also always possible with these things that I never hear back from somebody and it doesn't even happen. So that's possible. But it looks like it's at least there's a possibility that I'm going to have a scheduled guest. I don't know how long it would take, but um, a scheduled guest for Tuesday. So I don't know if I would want to do Monday and Tuesday. Anyway, that's just wanted to let you know a little more about some upcoming events. So I guess I can say at least by Tuesday, I will do my next show with or without this guest. So even if he never gets back to me and he doesn't end up coming on my stream, I think I would still do a stream that day. All right, you got 9 minutes left. If you want me to continue for another 30 minutes, 9 minutes left to do a super sticker or chat. 3. Let me take a look at my analytics. So we haven't been doing much philosophy here in the last, I don't know, hour or so. We've been chatting about Arnold Schwarzenegger and weightlifting and comedy, but that's okay. I mean, if that's what you all want to talk about, we can do some of that. Um, if this is just going to be a hangout stream, and maybe it's good to do some of that. I mean, primarily, I'm here to promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, but we can mix in some just hangout topics. But as I always say, if you want to shape the chat, like if you want this to be more philosophical than it is right now, come into the chat, say something. Tell me what topics you want to talk about or hear about, and I can talk more about that. But I'm trying to adapt the topics here somewhat to my audience who is here live. So you can definitely shape the topics I'm discussing. All right. I think I'm going to get more than 30 hours of watch time from this stream. I'm looking at my analytics and looks like, oh, I've already got more than 30. Actually, I can show you. I don't know if you can see this, but I'll hold my phone up to the screen. It's you see that? 36.7 hours. That's where it currently is. That's not really surprising. I get more than 30, and I've been going for a long time. I've already been streaming for 6 hours, and I've had a peak of 11 concurrent viewers. That also shows up there. Concurrent viewers, 11 is the max I've had today. So got some good watch time today. And I'll get some more after the stream ends, because not everyone watches this live. Five minutes left on the goal. I guess I can go back to editing my video for the last few minutes. Unless I see any new chats come in. Oh, now the counter shows up on the screen. I didn't see that before. So you can see the countdown up here. before that wasn't showing. So maybe once it gets down to 5 minutes, the counter shows up here. All right, well, I'm glad I found that other clip about the majority report. Did I get to the end of that? I think there might have been some more to listen to. But not much more. All right, let me share that. Maybe I'll finish out the show by playing the end of that clip. See if there's any chat. See if there's anything else related to that. I don't think so. Okay, I'm going to stop this screen share. Okay, I don't know if he's still here, Dr. Raz, or oh, actually, that was username Ryan who had asked that question about any future Sam Seder call-ins. I see when I'm sharing the screen, my picture gets hidden by my current image because it goes up in the right corner. So maybe when I'm sharing the screen in the replay here, I should minimize it so I'm more visible. Anyway, let me play a little more of this. Okay. Godspeed says, I say we have corporate fascism because corporations kind of control the government like a puppet maintaining their monopolies using the government as a weapon. I do think some companies, all right, that sounds like I've moved on to a different topic. So I guess I've already reached the end of the clip. And that's at 250, about 254.40. So I'm going to make a note that that's about where the majority, oh, I forgot the word report. Majority report clip ends. All right, so next time, maybe I'll actually start doing some editing on these. Right now, I was just finding what I need to edit, like finding the clips I need. So maybe next time I'll pull up my iMovie software, which is what I use to edit, and I will actually start editing these clips into a form that I can then publish as standalone videos. All right, 43 seconds left in the poll. If you want me to stay around for another half hour, 30 seconds left. You got to do super chat or super sticker fast. I don't know what I would do. I mean, I can always just edit the video some more if I have nothing else to do. I could engage with your chats, but if there aren't any chats, I would just or calls, I guess I would just engage with your I would just start editing those videos. Okay. Goal ended. So we didn't get another 5, but we did get 3. because we got 2 stickers and then Steve Henderson's chat, so we got partway to that goal. And I appreciate that. Definitely appreciate your contributions. So thank you again to all the super chatters and the super sticker buyers. It's great to see some financial support. So I'm going to close out the stream. Thanks everyone for being here. Nick says, thanks for the show. You are welcome, Nick. Thank you for being here and for your financial contributions, as well as Gene for his. And they might be the only ones here who made contributions. So, but thanks to everyone who did that. And thanks to the chatters. Thanks to new subscribers. It's good to be over that 1,000 subscriber milestone and on my way to 2,000 subscribers. Okay, where's my analytics window so I can time this right? Here it is. All right, have a good night, everyone, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye.